applicant must be a citizen of Jamaica or ordinarily resident for 6 months and above. Persons must submit documents such as birth certificate, proof of address, or marriage certificate. Step 1. Applicants will be able to pre-enroll online or visit the nearest enrollment center.
Reggae Month ever. Now we are broadcasting live on the Public Broadcasting Corporation of Jamaica, CVM Television, the JCDC, as well as the Ministry of Culture's Facebook pages and Jam Vision. It is my pleasure to be your host this evening. I'm Sonia Stanley Nair, and I want to begin by acknowledging the role played not only by the Ministry of Culture, but particularly the Jamaica Memory Bank and ACIJ Jamaica Memory Bank in the organization of this series of discussions on the global impact of reggae music. So let's get right into it. By way of context, reggae was declared an intangible cultural heritage asset by UNESCO in 2018. And I know many of you must know that by now. According to many reports around the globe, media outlets all over the world, when it was announced that reggae music of Jamaica had been added to the list of cultural products considered worthy of recognition, it was a reflection of the fact that reggae, which grew from the roots in the back streets and dance halls of Jamaica, was more than just popular music, but an important social and political phenomenon. So I'm now going to introduce to you our panelists this evening. And I'm going to briefly introduce them because they're going to speak to us this evening about reggae music in the UK, France, and Nigeria. And I'm going to begin with David Carroll. He's a recording artist with 2 studio albums, hundreds of concerts all over France, Europe, and the Atlantic. David Carroll has returned to the roots of his musical emotions in Jamaica. He has opened for acts such as Inna the Yard, Ayo, Flavia Coelho, Winston McAnuff, Java, Asa, Jero, the Original Wailers, and so many more. His album, You and I, earned him accolades and support from international French media, among others, including opportunities such as collaborations, among many other opportunities open for him. In 2021, the release of the single Building Bridges, featuring Brinsley, Ford, and VAR, is a real success all over the world. The song is played on radios in more than 50 countries. I'll introduce to you Rockefeller now. Esiet Nsudo, also known as Rockefeller, is from Ede Urua in the Eket local government area of Nigeria. In his career, Esiet has presented on the radio, distinguished himself, winning multiple awards, including a letter of commendation from the National Broadcasting Commission for Professionalism in Nigeria. In 2020, Akwa Ibom State government recognized him as one of 100 most outstanding persons in their chosen fields. The book entitled The Millennial Broadcaster, written by Dr. Peter Umana, chronicles the achievements of Esiat in his broadcasting career. Esiat is expecting to graduate from the Department of History and International Studies from the University of Uyo very soon. Now, Junior Lincoln, who needs no introduction and is well known to us, is a man of many faces professionally. He's the chairman and CEO of Kankara Development Limited, which started in about year 2000. However, this does not fully account for his forays into the realm of Jamaican music. Lincoln is one of the early pioneers of Jamaican popular music and a native of Trenchtown, the proverbial home of reggae. He's credited with feats in music promotion. In fact, music promotion not only in Jamaica but in the UK, and taking major festivals such as Sunsplash to the UK and Europe. Lincoln, who is chairman of the Dennis Brown Trust, produces the annual Dennis Brown Tribute Concert, and he's also a founding member of JAREA, the Jamaica Reggae Industry Association. I am not sure, but let me introduce Kamal Banke as well, who considers himself an experienced curator. He is chairman of the board of Dream Entertainment Limited, co-founder of Ribbies as well as Dream Entertainment, and managing director of Five Star Entertainment. He's also a member of the Tourism Enhancement Fund's Tourism Linkages Council, as well as a member of the Entertainment Board of the Ministry of Culture, Gender, Entertainment and Sport. And we are joined by Esiat and Kamal online. Kamal will be joining us later. So I'm going to ask each of our panelists, beginning with Junior, to tell us, in your own experience, from your own vantage point, your work, your professional life, in respect of the global impact of reggae, give us some remarks.
Where do I start? Let me start from, I went to London when I was 17 years old in 1959. So, you could say I actually went to England when the music gave birth. I don't think it was a coincidence. Now that I look back at my life, I don't think it was a coincidence. It kind of prepared me for a whole lot of stuff, including the advancement of reggae music internationally. So got involved, I see Brindley in the audience, I've known Brindley from he was a kid when we were pioneering the music in Britain. But to get wider, I've seen it progress where I am in the 60s. What a lot of people don't understand, and I know that we have to write that history, is the role that Jamaica music played in the development of Britain itself, and the role it played in the development of the culture in Britain. Because when I went to Britain, it was a black and gray country. If you wanted a Chinese restaurant, you'd have to go into the West End, and not many black people went into the West End. It was all fish and chips. The bars were outside. Okay, that's the Britain I went to, just after the war, 15 years after the war, which wasn't a long time. But what we did, we changed. There was a club in the first club, black club, or the first club in Britain that opened after 1 o'clock. The pubs closed at 11 o'clock. The off license that you could buy drinks closed at 10:30. The clubs in the West End only closed at 1 o'clock. And there was a club that was opened that my brother, Count Suckle, and myself was involved with, called the Roaring Twenties in Carnaby Street. When we went to Carnaby Street to open, that the club was open, called the Roaring Twenties, it was what we call a warehouse street. It was the back of Regent Street, just a little small street. We went there, and we had that club that we call the Roaring Twenties, closed at 5 o'clock and 6 o'clock in the morning.
So these were the early days.
Early days.
You were there from the very, very beginning.
Very, very beginning.
So a foundation, promoter, developer, observer in the context of this music, from the Atlantic side, certainly in Jamaica, but in the UK as well. Let me bring in David here. Mm-hmm. From your own vantage point, your professional life, yes, your investment in this music, what have you observed about the global impact of reggae?
I would say in France, reggae is huge. It's the second market in the world for reggae music. You have dozens of festivals, hundreds of bands, venues, and people love reggae music. Roots reggae music first, It was Bob Marley that brought reggae music and the culture of reggae and Jamaican culture in France first. And so after that, it developed a lot of branches. So we have a different style of music now that melt reggae and French pop, you know, these kind of things. You have different kind of music, but they are very, you know, influenced by reggae and by the Jamaican culture. So you have medias, you have venues, festivals, bands all over. It's really huge and people love it. And when you think about it, when we see Jamaican people in France, they're always welcome because of reggae music. You say, you're Jamaican? Welcome, mama, because this is reggae. So it has a real impact. It has a cultural impact, human impact, a musical impact in our country, for real. And I'm a witness of it because, you know, I was touched by Bob Marley when I was 14. It changed my life. It was a real blast for me. And I'm here today with you because of that music, and it also have an impact, you know, as a human being. When you get some struggle in life, Bob Marley and reggae music give you hope.
And I'm going to come back to you with Bob Marley and France and the impact on you.
Yeah.
Rockefeller, the global impact of Jamaican music, reggae in particular. Tell us of your experience from Nigeria.
Oh, terrific. You know, everybody in Nigeria listens to reggae music to the extent that everybody wants to speak Jamaican patois. You know, if you're in transit and there's a police check and you even do the adulterated patois that they speak in Nigeria, the policeman will give you a salute and say, oh, Rasta, and allow you go. So it is as impactful as that. You know, radio stations, especially on the 11th of May, that we remember Bob Marley. Every radio station is compulsory for every radio station to play music by Bob Marley on that 11th May to remember the day he died. And one of your very outstanding reggae artists, Peter Tosh, I understand he had a friend in a stepping stone near Okosun, and he had to come to live in Nigeria for 3 months with the Okosun. So reggae music is really, really big in Nigeria, and at the frontliners of reggae music like the Mandators, Raskimono, Oris Williki, and the rest of them that are reggae artists are really, really respected. So, as I said, everybody in Nigeria will try to speak the patois, the Jamaican patois. You hear them say, yeah man, everywhere you go, it's yeah man in Nigeria. Very interesting and impactful.
Thank you. So we have heard the usual suspects, Peter Tosh, Bob Marley. But let me go back to you, David. Who are some of the most influential Jamaican personalities impacting the globalization of reggae in France?
Now?
Yes.
Still Bob Marley, you know, is still alive. I know that people are introduced to reggae music through him, still. It still has an impact. And of course now, the musical impact of the musician from today, you have Koffee, which is big, who is big in France, and all the new generation like Portage, Damien Marley, Chronix, Lil Ike. So they have a real impact now in the music because they come back with the new reggae, you know, new roots. Because in Europe, France also, you know, they are really attached and they really love roots reggae music. Not a lot of dancehall, not a lot. It's not the thing that is popular in France.
It's the roots.
Roots reggae.
Back to the roots.
So in the festival in France, we have this kind of artists. You know, the roots reggae band that you have in the 70s, so Don Carlos is famous, Mighty Diamonds were famous, Gladiators, Aswad, you know, Brinsley, all these people, you know, are really famous in Europe. So that's what we love. So when the new generation coming back with the reggae, the roots reggae, and do his thing, it's working and people love it. Yeah.
So let's go back to the United Kingdom and look at that scene that you were so much a part of, Junior. And who were the influential artists of the time where you go to the dances, you go to your promoted festivals or whatever, and they would have had to be the people either coming in to perform? The Sunsplash that went to Europe and the UK, what was happening then?
Well, even before Sunsplash, that Sunsplash was 1984. I'm going back to like the 70s.
Sunsplash started in 1984 in the UK.
In England,
yes.
the first
Oh,
one.
yeah. Oh, yeah, I didn't
Yeah,
know that.
84.
Okay.
And then 85, we went to Europe.
Okay.
And the influential artist at the time was the Bob, yes, but even before Bob, Prince Buster was a star. Because in actual fact, what the young British audience used to call Blue Beat was only a label. Blue Beat is just a label that was released in Jamaica record by a man named Mr. Shalitz, even before Island. And so he was signing music from, or records from Studio One and Prince Buster. Prince Buster became phenomenal. He was the real big star of
The
Britain.
voice of the people.
And funny enough, the audience that was following, the young white audience that was following Prince Buster, was the ones that used to have to fight in the streets, the skinheads. But they didn't know that they were following the music that came from Jamaica because they called it Blue Beat. Okay? And when they realized it, then this is where the gap started to get better between us and them, because they were realizing that the same struggle that we have, the same struggle that they were having.
So the commonality,
The commonality.
the common threads
Was the
were
music.
there. And we're going to take a break now,
Yes.
but we're going to come back to this point.
Yeah.
Stay with us.
Jamaica, the land of Bob Marley, Marcus Messiah Garvey, Usain Bolt, and of course, Reggae Month, the only month-long reggae music festival on planet Earth, where something reggae happens every day in the month of February.
And we're back with you. So I want to bring in Rockefeller here to tell us
Yes.
about the influential Jamaican artists in Nigeria. You mentioned Peter Tosh, but tell us what's the scene in Nigeria? Who are the influential artists?
Yes, as I said before, reggae music is a very strong genre of music in Nigeria. For instance, I follow like Jimmy Cliff and the rest of them a lot. I even had an interview with Jimmy Cliff. And if you check the net now, you'll see that his birth date has been corrected. They used to write 1st of April, 1948. But when I had an interview with him and I asked him, what does the 1st of April mean to you? He laughed. Then I spoke to his wife. What's her name? I forgot her name. The wife told me, no, he wasn't born on the 1st of April. He was rather born on the 30th of July, 1944. So if you check the net now, you're going to see that that date has been corrected. Moved from April to 30th July. So that's the extent to which I follow reggae artists from this part of the world. And 90 the Observer. I've even lost count of the names of the reggae artists. Marcia Griffiths. I and Master Griffiths have had interviews several times, and the song that she did some time ago in the 1980s, Electric Boogie, that she recently had a remix with Shaggy. So anything reggae in Nigeria is taken very seriously. People don't joke with it at all. So they'll go back to the times and they play the current ones like Christopher Martin, like the Marleys, Damian Marley, Julian Marley. So reggae music is so impactful that even those who do gospel music will like to have the reggae instrumentation. The musicians like Bucci, who do strictly gospel, but it has to be a reggae background. So reggae music is like some kind of religion in Nigeria. It's taken very seriously.
So David, tell us. You think of your time in France experiencing reggae as a genre being taken up by people. If you can think of one moment or event that really defined, for you, that global impact of the music in France, what would that moment be?
Well, I would talk about one event, one big festival named No Logo in Fraison. It's in the east of France. It's a big, big festival, and they are independent, so they try to pay everybody. There's no volunteer. They pay everybody working on the festival. It's like a real act, politic act, and the owner is really into that. It's so, he tried to bring the message and the way of living, of reggae music, in the way he's working. And the bands coming here there are huge. It's a big, big place. It's like Jamaica in France during that event. So it's wonderful. Yes, so I would say this one, and also Reggae Sanska is more next to my hometown, next to Basque Country. So this one is huge too. You know it? Yeah, Reggae Sanska is huge. And you have big names also all the time. So, this is the kind of event like I fan, because I'm a fan first, I was used to go, so yes, I would say that.
So how did you get into to performing yourself a reggae? How did you become a reggae act?
Well, first by listening to it, it was like a sign of life of God. I don't know, but it's like a mistake at first. And I was supposed to go on a school trip in England, and I gave one of my tape, cassette, to one of my friends. It was Lenny Kravitz's tape. I gave it to him and said, "Okay, I've got a school. We have this school trip. You have to give me back the cassette, and I will listen to it in the bus." Came back, gave me the cassette. I put it on my ears. It was not Lenny Kravitz at all. It was Legend from Bob Marley.
Oh, wow.
This is the first step, and this they changed my life forever. So during my stay in England, I was listening to Bob Marley all the time. It was giving me goosebumps, It was so powerful for me. And then I tried to understand the lyrics and everything, the music, and I discovered the forest behind Bob Marley and the Jamaican culture. So 3 years after that, I went to Brixton in England to buy some 45s, and I came back with the 45 at home in my room, and I began to play it, and I had some poem that I wrote before, and I tried to sing this poem like this. I didn't know what I was doing, but I was doing like a sound system in my room, and this was my first step into reggae music.
Interesting. Junior, that moment for you, that defining moment for you, when you knew that this music was something you had to be involved in?
For me, it's kind of difficult to answer that question, because for some reason, I've been doing dances from I was about 13 or 14 years old, before there was a record business. So you could see, sometimes I say I feel like a mother, because I was involved with before it was conceived, when it was conceived, after it was conceived, and left to go to England. And so when I look back at my life, that was my purpose. But so for me, I always knew spiritually, for whatever reason. But there is some moments and some times in Britain, and I tell you about just two of them. One of them is when we went into the West End for the first time. Black people was going into the West End to a club, and it was called All Nighter. Place for some first time sound system was playing the West End of London. And there were so many black people that the police got afraid. And they said, "Look, you can't keep it there." So we were sent to open this new club. And we went in the roaring 20s. But you know what used to happen in the roaring 20s? Because it opened so late, all the black artists from the United States, when they come over to do events in Britain, after their event, they would come to the roaring 20s. Same thing with the black artists, the Beatles, the Rolling Stones, all the young George Fame, all of these young white artists used to come there to listen to black music. And that is where the influence started. That's why even the Beatles, Oobla Dee Oobla Da, Get Back, was very much influenced by our music. And when I made a film in 1970, the live music, and it was shown all over the world, about reggae. And I got 2 songs from John Lennon, when free of cost, Get Back and Oobla Dee Oobla Da, because we used it in the film and didn't get clearance. And his manager wanted to take us to court and so forth and all that. And I spoke to him and I said, listen, what I'm saying is the truth. And he said, it is the truth. And I got those 2 songs up to this day, free of cost. And that film was 1970. So that is when I realized it was changing not only the music of Britain and developing the pop music in Britain, it was also changing the culture of Britain, which I think was most significant. And I see another big influence for me is when I went to, we don't know a lot about it in this part of the world, and I'm hoping that, and I'm sure he will when I call the name. When I went to Festac in 1977, that festival had such an impact on Nigeria because the Nigerians built a village for 50,000 people, brought in over nearly 60,000 black people in the arts from all over the world. And that, to me, I could not sleep in my apartment because when they found out I was Jamaican and had all of these records, because I'm in the music business for samples to open up Africa, I had to give the immigration officers records, because when they found, when I put my, this is a significant time, and you know, allow me, when I took out my passport as a Jamaica passport with 50,000 participants coming from all over the world, and I took out my passport and put it on the table, and the immigration officer saw it was a Jamaican passport. He said, Jamaica! And every one of those immigration officers looked around, came over to me, leave it, how everybody, you know, come over to me to ask me for records. That is when I knew.
And that still happens to some of us today because Jamaica is a passport. I like to talk about Jamaica as a passport. It opens doors.
Yes.
And in some ways, we are the only ones in Jamaica that don't know about Jamaica's influence.
That's right.
But I want to, you mentioned Nigeria, you mentioned Festac. Let me bring Rockefeller in here.
Yeah, please.
To tell us a moment, Rockefeller, you've been in the business for so long. What's that defining moment for you in terms of the influence of Jamaican music, reggae in particular in Nigeria?
Okay, I think the first time I seem to have found out about reggae music was in 1981. I was in high school at the time. I came back from school, and coming in from the cold was playing. I didn't know Bob Marley at the time, so I kept asking the question, who is this? They said Bob Marley. I said, who's Bob Marley? And I think he had died at the time. So when I checked, I saw the album Uprising. And I decided to play some other songs on the album, and they struck me so very heavily. So since that time, I started looking out for reggae music, and that was just how I got converted to reggae music. So I play all other genres of music though, but when it has to do with reggae music, you know, because reggae does not just sing. It's philosophical, it's reasonable, it's one song that can get you transported. And it is not just song for the now. It's a song that will always get better as the years go by. Reggae music gets better. So that's the influence of reggae music on me and on all the other people around me.
And I'm going to come back to this getting better because we're going to look at the future, your own predictions based on your own vantage point of what's happening with the globalization of reggae. But I want to come back to something Junior mentioned earlier. No conversation about reggae music and its globalization can ignore the influence of the sound system at the heart of the development of the music.
That's another story.
So you mentioned the sound system, and I'm now wanting to ask. So David, for example, tell us in France, the big sound systems that are at the heart of the movement in terms of
Yeah,
reggae.
yes, it is huge. In France, I'm a part of a sound system in my hometown, and we throw some great festivals here. We have Dub Camp. It's a big, I think it is the biggest event of sound system all over the world. It's amazing. You know about it? Mm-hmm. No? Dub Camp is amazing. And so the culture, as you talk about the culture, the bass culture, the bass culture, you know, it's come from England, you know. My sound system, they are influenced by English sound system, and they are into it, you know, the UK, the stepper music more than the roots reggae music, which is like electronic music because of England. So we have been influenced by England through the sound system. And, you know, sound system is like the first version of what they call rave parties, you know, for the electronic parties, you know. It's the same thing at the beginning.
I'm glad you've mentioned that, David, because there is still some, you know, hesitance on the part of even Jamaicans to understand that the engineering techniques that went into the development of dub are the very same techniques that have given rise to electronic dance music that has become a rave all over the globe. So, you know, the sound system and the innovations coming from the 1940s, when we talk about people like Hedley Jones, in terms of the amplification of sound, we can't leave that out in terms of the development of the genres of music in Jamaica, and dub in particular, which right around the world, you mentioned the dub camps, you know, there are sound system festivals as well, Outlook in Croatia. So we can't leave that out of the conversation. So tell us the influential sound systems of the time that you were operating with in the UK and in
Not Jamaica, but the UK.
In the UK.
In the UK?
Yes.
Okay. First of all, we started to show you how strong this culture is. When we went to Britain, there was no sound system. You know, what we started with was to use a gram in the basement, because remember, you couldn't get a venue. There was no way anybody would rent your venue to do a Jamaica dance.
The blues parties were what people
had.
Yeah,
basement parties. But how it started is that there was no sound system. So what we had to do is just play records on a gram and cook lamb and call it curry goat. And then Jamaicans who was in Birmingham or Manchester would come into London for the weekend, stay for the weekend, and then go back late Sunday night. We sit in a basement, you know, because you can't play the music too loud because the police will come, you know. And out of that, a couple of people started to, you know, Vinny, Joe Vin, that was a sound system operator, just started Suckle, Shelley, and so forth and so on. These are sound system, Young Coxon, at the time, because and Young Shaka came after, but the senior ones were Suckle, Vinny, and Shelley, and those boxes started to get bigger and bigger and bigger. But you know, I must, for the record, I must give a lot of respect to some of these sound system operators who took a lot of beatings from police to play a sound system, because the police will come inside of the dance and mash it up. There's a lot of sound system operators actually went to prison for this music. And you know, these things must be documented at some stage of what people, sound system operators, went through to play Jamaica music, because there's at reach a stage when you're keeping a dance, you can't even print an invitation, because once the police gets it, he's going to get a warrant. So we would not do any invitation that they would find out. When they realized what we were doing, that they have to get a warrant, and they were still coming into the dance, even without the warrant, and would take people to jail, and some people went to prison. So the role of the sound system, you know, it is so significant.
And we're gonna come back to this, but we're gonna take a break. Stay with us, don't go anywhere. We are in this part 2 of the Reggae Month Symposium.
Jamaica, the land of Bob Marley, Marcus Messiah Garvey, Usain Bolt, and of course, Reggae Month, the only month-long reggae music festival on planet Earth, where something reggae happens every day in the month of February.
I went straight on it.
And we're back with you. We're going to talk about the challenges, because it's not been just smooth sailing as we've been hearing in relation to the sound system. And the way in which, you know, the sacrifices, just for the love of the music, despite racism, despite the political challenges. There were, I'm sure, challenges in France, in Nigeria. I want to bring in Rockefeller to tell us what are some of the challenges that have been observed in relation to the rootedness, that rooting of reggae in Nigeria.
Oh, wow. One of the, maybe the disadvantages, I can call it that, is any person that is deep into reggae music is considered a ganja smoker. You know, because most of the reggae people around the place will make it look like if you don't do ganja, you cannot do reggae music. So they'll love your music, but they'll also look at the fact that he should be a ganja taker, you know, ganja planter and stuff like that. Those are the minuses. Otherwise, reggae music, as I said before, is highly regarded in Nigeria. Those are the challenges they face. You get into a place, you know, because some of them will also try to keep dreadlocks that they cannot take proper care of. So they come through not very neat and something like that. So some people will look at reggae musicians in a part of the world as people who are unkempt and stuff. But on the whole, reggae music is one genre of music that a whole lot of people want to identify with, except for the little minuses that I've talked about.
It's a people's music, and the discrimination in relation to, you know, the locks as a hairstyle, as a you know, a chosen way of life, the smoking of marijuana, cannabis, even though there is very much evidence globally now about the medicinal properties of marijuana, we still have the perceptions around the fact that it is a drug and so on. You know, we're talking about the challenges, but I also want to come back to the question of the musical genres that have been, you know, influenced by Jamaican music. So reggae is just, you know, one genre out of Jamaica. There are 6, 7, or 8, depending on, you know, who you're speaking to. And we mentioned some of this in our part 1 discussion last week. We're talking about mento, ska, rocksteady, reggae, dancehall, dub, naya bingi, you know, even electronic dance music that we mentioned earlier. But there are all of these musical genres that have been influenced by Jamaican music outside of Jamaica. So we can talk about Kwaito in South Africa, Fuji, Makossa, Afrobeats, Amapiano, grime, jungle. And if you think about these musical genres that have been influenced by Jamaican music, do you perceive any threat? There is this, you know, conversation emerging about these genres, you know, possibly overtaking genres like reggae. So Afrobeats, for example, now a big thing. Do you perceive any threats in the context of the globalization of reggae?
You're talking about?
Yes, David?
For me, no. Like Bob Marley said, you know, reggae will never die, and his music will live forever. I think this is the same for reggae music. It's too strong, you know. And I think it's like evolution of the music. It's like branches. You have the main music, reggae, that different roots, but also reggae music was an evolution. I was talking with somebody, with a Jamaican girl last week about it, and she said to me, you know, I love ska, I love rocksteady, but when reggae came, she didn't like it. You know, she's 71 now, and we know each other with the Brinson. And she was saying that, you know, and I think it's evolution. So I would say it's not a threat. I think it's just an evolution, and it's bringing, you know, the people to reggae music because they want to know. Most of them want to know where it comes from, you know. I think so. I hope so. You know.
And I love that response because that's the thing about culture. It's always evolving. It's dynamic. It's ever changing.
We all have influences.
And different people at different times in their lives respond to different things in ways that we can never explain. It's, as Bob Marley says, there's a natural mystic blowing through the air. But I want to come to you, Junior. What is your feeling on, you know, just the way in which reggae or Jamaican music in particular becomes this thing that it has influenced all of these genres that then, you know, take lives of their own. Where does the music from Jamaica, of Jamaica, stand?
Yeah, man, there's no truth at all. None at all. But it's a compliment to us. You see, you can't fear, or you should not fear anything that you have no control over. Reggae music was born out of a spirituality. And as long as and there's a young, you know, there's some negatives around music right now, but we're not taking the positive because there's a lot of young artists and musicians who are coming now who's got that at the root of their music. And as long as you have that, because what is happening here, the evolution must take place. So the younger ones must do, but as long as that is the base of their music, we have nothing to fear. The world will still follow us. Nothing at all to fear.
You know, I like to think of Jamaica as this turbine of energy.
Yeah.
And that, you know, the anxiety that some people share as a scholar of the music, as a student of the music, I certainly don't have the anxiety that some people have. And I understand the evolution that Junior speaks of.
Nothing to fear.
So, but let me come to you, Rockefeller, because there's a raging debate about afrobeats. And I want to hear your perspective on just the way in which, you know, reggae, dancehall are certainly very much, you can hear them. You spoke about the language earlier as well, that lots of Nigerians, they relate to and can speak Jamaican patois. Many of them are socialized in the UK, where London Metropolitan English is a big thing. Tell me, what's that relationship between Afrobeats and Jamaican music, reggae, dancehall?
Well, I think that reggae is on its own, Afrobeat is on its own, though lots of Nigerians these days seem to be patronizing Afrobeat a lot. But whenever reggae comes through, because I realize that anytime I'm having a reggae artist as my guest, people will gravitate towards the radio a lot more. They'll want to tune in and listen to reggae music a lot more. Some will tell you, I don't want to listen to all these things that these new Nigerian artists are doing. Play me roots rock reggae, play me lovers rock and stuff. So I think reggae music is in a class of its own. Afrobeat is doing well, but I don't think it takes the place of reggae.
Okay, and we're joined by Mr. Kamal Banke, who I introduced earlier, and I want to bring in Kamal here because there are so many ways in which Kamal wears hats. Welcome, Kamal. We are talking here about the threats perceived in relation to Jamaican music. There's a raging debate, as you know, in relation to Afrobeats now. We had Burna Boy performing in Jamaica. People were in some ways surprised at the kind of reception that a Burna Boy would get. Tell us, what are your perceptions in relation to Jamaican music, reggae, dancehall, and their relationship to Afrobeats?
So it's interesting, right? Because you know what I'm gonna say is slightly controversial, but it's what I believe. So I'm gonna kind of start there, right? So obviously, a lot of our style and rhythm, you know, in terms of Jamaican music, not necessarily reggae itself, because reggae kind of was born later, but our original expressions of music and culture were born out of African rhythm. And, you know, during the peak of what I call dancehall, the golden age of dancehall, which was the 90s, you know, what would have happened is that dancehall itself proliferated across the world, and the sound system culture proliferated across the world. And then that created a lot of spin-off genres. So reggaeton was born from that versus being born from reggae. It was actually born from dancehall. And there were certain African-inspired music that was born from inspiration from dancehall, and then they recreated it and reworked it. So if you look on drum patterns in Afrobeat, there is some similarity with dancehall, even more than reggae. And, you know, you could say, well, you know, Africa exported music and culture to Jamaica. We put our own spin on it and we created something new. And then, you know, some of the African subgenres of Afrobeat sound a lot like dancehall, and then, you know, they, you know, obviously created all different kinds of subgenres of Afrobeat. You know, amapiano and those kinds of things, and there's hundreds of subgenres. But, you know, away from the history lesson with that, my thinking is that Africa uniting behind the umbrella term Afrobeat made it one of the most globally culturally significant music art forms in the world, because when you have, you know, 200 million Nigerians, the Ghanaians, the South Africans, the Kenyans, all of them saying, yeah, well, we produce our own subgenre, but all of it is Afrobeat, then people know globally, and you know, there's over 1 billion people in the continent of Africa, and then way more, you know, 2 billion people of African descent globally, and then they can unite behind this music. It became extremely popular globally, and then Afrobeat has now become pop music. So Afrobeat is now considered pop music, and then the stars of Afrobeat are now considered pop stars. So the same way that hip hop became like a subgenre of, like, you know, the genres in America, the music genres in America, hip hop kind of was, you know, had a similar story. You know, it was kind of born by Kool Herc, and, you know, who's of Jamaican descent, created this subculture in that world, and then, you know, hip hop now is pop culture. That's what I think happened with Afrobeat. So hip hop stars are now pop stars, Afrobeat stars are now pop stars. And then, of course, there are some breakthrough artists in the reggae and dancehall world that they themselves are considered pop stars, like a Shaggy, like a Sean Paul, Coffee. You know, these kinds of people are, you know, on the pop star road themselves. So, you know, there is this kind of mobilization towards pop stardom, which is global stardom, that Afrobeat, through its, I would call it, wider spectrum of influence with the African diaspora, was able to accelerate and is able to accelerate far quicker than any other genre.
Thank you for that history lesson, and certainly the importance there, emphasis on education too, because many of us are not even paying attention to the kind of connections you're making in terms of the music. But when I come back to this point of education, we're taking a break now, but stay with us.
Jamaica, the land of Bob Marley, Marcus Messiah Garvey, Usain Bolt, and of course, Reggae Month, the only month-long reggae music festival on planet Earth, where something reggae happens every day in the month of February.
And we're back. So, you know, as an educator, it wouldn't miss me to talk about the ways in which, you know, the globalization of Jamaican music, its global impact, is something that most Jamaicans, the ordinary citizen, anywhere in the world, wouldn't think about. But that if you think about education not as a moment, but as a process, there would have to be some ways in which we are constantly educating people about the musical riches from Jamaica. Are there efforts in France, David, to educate people about this music that is being consumed and produced in a large way in France?
Yes, we have different, you know, people doing like conferences and how do you say it? Expositions? No, how do you say that?
Exhibitions?
Exhibitions, sorry, it's the expositions is in French, sorry. So exhibitions that show the way the music was created, you know, so the journey of reggae music and also the continuation of the music. I personally do a lot of conferences in the schools in France. I work with students as well. I do songwriting workshop in the schools or everywhere in France. I do that in Jamaica too. And I set up a program that now I'm the French embassy and the French government helped me to do. So it's a program. I do an exchange every year. I do an exchange between a French school and a Jamaican school. They write a song together. The French students write in English, the Jamaican in French. We record it at Tough Gong in the studio in France, and then we do a music video. It's one of the program that I set up here for Jamaica and for France to show the people that the music they're listening today comes from this island, you know, because, you know, the electronic music we're talking about, hip-hop music, they have their roots in Jamaica also, you know, we're talking about the influence of reggae for hip-hop, but yeah, DJ Kool Herc bring reggae music in New York, and then it became hip-hop. It's a part of the journey, but so I do this kind of bridges, and we are a lot to do also conferences in France to show that this music has a real impact in the music of today, but also it has a real impact in the way they live, their culture, the way they think also, because it has such an impact on the way you see life. Reggae music, it's, you know, Bob Marley was talking about the fact that it was like the newspaper that you won't have in a regular shop.
Yes. No.
So it has a real impact also, so you have to teach the youth. And you were talking about education. For me, education is the key. That's why I'm working with reggae music, and reggae music is a tool to educate. I learn English through reggae music.
And the Japanese people that come here can say the same thing, that they have learned Jamaican and in essence some components of English because of the music.
So yeah, that's it. So
thank you for this response.
It's a pleasure.
So Rockefeller, tell us in Nigeria, from your standpoint, what efforts are being made to really bring visibility around this music that is being so consumed in Nigeria?
Well, I know that we have a reggae club where people become members, and they have officials, Rasdi Tafari, Rasdi Rabadub, Axman, and a whole lot of stuff. So they have meetings on certain days, and you have a lot of people attend the meeting. So I think it's an education for people to imbibe reggae music some more, because as I said before, if you watch, except maybe these days, otherwise reggae musicians were not known for dancing naked. In the videos, they were always well dressed, and the songs very meaningful. The passage of time never diminished the beauty of reggae music, the meaningfulness of reggae music. So I see some meetings like that where people belong in certain reggae clubs and they do things. But I haven't really seen it being taught at school. I haven't seen it in the school curriculum, but I know that a lot of people are into reggae music where they have clubs and stuff and all of that. So As I said, reggae music is really, really big in Nigeria, and is getting much more grounds.
So let me bring in Kamal here again. From your vantage point, Kamal, in the music scene, what are your predictions for the future development of reggae globally? What are some of the things you would want to see?
I mean, for me, I think where we are now, is quite an interesting space, because there was like this kind of rebranding, this renaissance of reggae music, and people started calling it reggae revival, right? And the younger artists that took the mantle from your Dennis Brown and your Bob Marley, the younger artists that came up now in this new era of reggae, slightly different sound, of course. Sound evolves over time. Obviously, Junior Gong, your Chronics, your Jesse Royal, your Protege, your Kabaka Pyramid, those guys are getting their own recognition. Coffee, their superstardom is becoming global, and they're now touring, right? And that sound and the new sound of what it is and so on and so forth, the new lyrical patterns are making its own waves, right? And my hope for it is that there's more and more youth that are coming up. And I'm talking about reggae specifically, not dancehall, right? So there's more and more youth coming up, whether they're Rastafarian or not, that will fully embrace what reggae means to the world and understand that it's the global touring music of Jamaica, right? That's the touring music of Jamaica, and they will embrace it and say, we're going to go along this path and, really own it and say, we're going to, level this up and make themselves the next Bob Marleys and the next Dennis Browns and, the next Peter Tosh and all of those people who blaze the trail from the 60s, 70s, 80s, come right up to the 90s. Mm-hmm. And what we're doing in the 2000s will also enhance that. But I will also say that, one of the cool moments for me was when I saw Chronics do a song with Wizkid, right? The name of the song is Job, right? And I saw that song come out, and I was like, afrobeat star doing a song with a reggae star, and it's a really nice song, and it's a perfect bridge of the cultures and the world. And that's also a way through collaboration that reggae will reach to new places and new heights, through collaborating with other urban and historical genres to create new products that people all around the world are going to love. And the kids nowadays are going to grow up and be like, yeah, that's my favorite song, that's my favorite artist, even though they may not necessarily be as familiar with the 70s reggae. So that's my dream, and that's what I hope will happen.
And that word you use, Kamal, collaboration, is the first time we're bringing it up in this part too. But last week in our discussion, that collaboration came up because it has been perhaps one of the single most important things in terms of the way in which Jamaican music has moved outside of Jamaica. Those collaborations have been very, very key, and we can name the artists who have collaborated with other artists. We can name the sound systems that had relationships with other sound systems outside of Jamaica. The collaboration key to the development of Jamaican music. But I want to ask you, Rockefeller, in your own space, from your vantage point, what are some of the things you would want to see? What are your predictions for the future of the development of reggae in Nigeria?
Well, as I said, reggae music is a very meaningful genre of music. It's a protest song. So I see reggae music get bigger because it's one song that resonates a lot with the millennials, the Gen Zs. So there's no time that reggae music will be relegated to the background. It gets bigger as the years go by. So I see a bright future for reggae music in Nigeria. And talking about collaboration, recently there's a Nigerian dancehall artist called Duncan Mighty. He recently had a collaboration with Sean Paul, and that song is catching fire all over the place. So reggae music gets bigger.
So David, in France, what are some of the things you would want to see? What are your predictions for the future of reggae and its rootedness in France?
My visions, I think, yeah, Bob, I would say, yeah, reggae music is going to get bigger for sure because of the exposure of dancehall and afrobeat together. I think this is maybe the tool that will bring back reggae music because now it's like underground, you know, culture. We have big festivals, big venues, big artists in France, but they are not exposed on the media, on mainstream media. Mm-hmm. This is the problem. Mm-hmm. I know where is the problem. It's a political problem because, you know, reggae was always a threat for the power of the governments and everybody, the political. So they don't want it on the radios. But I think Afrobeat and dancehall, if they come together and they go on the radio, I think it will bring back reggae music into the game. I think so. So I've got a vision that music will keep on its way and go back on the mainstream media soon.
In so many ways, Junior, today reggae is no longer feared. It's no longer, even though it's a political tool, it's in some ways it's message music, it's a weapon for some people. It's almost folk music in some parts of the world because, you know, it doesn't pose a threat. It has gained root in many societies, and people respect reggae. This is what we've been hearing from Rockefeller, Nigeria, all parts of the world. But in so many ways, some of the challenges that you raised still exist because this music has come from the poor. It has been resonant with those people all over the world who have had struggles, whether economic struggles, political struggles, you know, struggles for freedom in general. So we do have some challenges that remain with us precisely because of the kind of people that are interested in and consume and produce reggae music. So where are we going in the future? Are there some things that we need to do specifically to have the challenges around the consumption of reggae in a global context, even in our own local context, you know, realized? And I'm talking here about some policy, some, you know, structural changes that may need to be made. What do you see as some of those things that need to be done for the music to be sitting in a better place globally? Locally or globally?
I'm glad you said locally.
Locally or globally?
I'm glad you said locally too, because it exists here.
Absolutely.
Yes. In actual fact, there's some country that you're better off with the music than even Jamaica. My feeling is that reggae music will never be mainstream. You'll never go to countries where you hear reggae music on the radio and so forth. It wasn't meant to be like that. And now I can relate to it as a person who used to release records in England and get frustrated with producers when you send it down here, big studio on songs, you know, and they would throw it in the dustbin and say, where are you going with that? Rubbish. Take it back to your country. All of that kind of stuff we went through when we were releasing records in Britain. So I do right to say reggae music is a tool. It's a people's music, and I'm not talking about black people music. I'm talking about the people of the world. It's their music. And those same skinheads that I spoke to you earlier about demonstrated that to me early, from in the 60s, when, as I said before, that we were fighting in the streets. And they took on to our music because it was relating to the ordinary people of the world. And that's why Bob Marley will get bigger and bigger and bigger. But don't expect that our music will ever become mainstream music as a commercial thing. No, the commercial people, not even in Jamaica, commercial people not pushing certain things. Okay, so you'll never see that. Before I go, I just want to, and even after I'm not here anymore, I just want us to stick to what was given to us as a responsibility in Jamaica as the root, and send that out. And don't expect the collaboration is extremely good because it helps our artists to earn. Mm-hmm. But don't expect
in new markets.
The music business, you know, people don't understand how political it is, you know, because I don't think there's any business in the world that transfer money around the world like the entertainment business. And that is why we in Jamaica have to take it seriously about how much foreign music we play here, because they've been doing that in France and Britain quietly for years.
So the business of music is something that we have to focus on.
That's
and
right.
when we come back, that's exactly what we're going to be discussing. We take a break, stay with us.
Jamaica, the land of Bob Marley, Marcus Messiah Garvey, Usain Bolt, and of course, Reggae Month, the only month-long reggae music festival on planet Earth, where something reggae happens every day in the month of February.
And we're back. Junior has just taken us to exactly where we want to get to, because we can't be talking about the global impact of Jamaican music, reggae in particular, in the UK, France. We can't be talking about that without really considering the business of music and the money. We know that the cultural and creative industries globally, they are trillion-dollar industries. So we think about the music, and simultaneously there is that circulation of money, but some people are not getting the fair share out of the business. And I want us to consider, are there protections that we need to have in place, especially locally, for our music, in a context where the music is being consumed globally? What protections are there in a local context that we need to be considering? And I want to ask you, David.
You said locally in Jamaica?
In Jamaica or in
yeah,
France?
because I know that in Jamaica the biggest problem was for the people here is the royalties and the publishing rights that they never earn. So it's an injustice that they have to repair, and the biggest company in the game, they have to repair that to the foundation. That's true.
But I want you to think, for example, in France,
Yeah,
for
in France.
French popular music, are there protections in place?
Yes.
And
Yeah,
what
of
are
course.
some of those protections?
Everything is
And
organized.
those are some of the things that we have
Yes.
not considered for our own music in Jamaica.
Everything is organized, even for reggae artists in France, you are protected. You have, well, you know, in France, I say, because my music is played all over the world, but in France, I know that the radio is playing me, I will be paid for that. If they play it in different countries all over the world, I didn't earn anything from many countries. So it depends on the countries you're played in, you know. But in France, we're protected, and we have the reggae bands, you know, as long as have the same than popular bands, you know, the pop music, everything, they have the same rights. So that's a good thing in Europe and even in the US, I think. Yes.
Absolutely. There are lots of protocols, intellectual property rights, all of these things that we can discuss. Big part of the business of music. Kamal, I want to bring you in here because from your own vantage point, you know, what are some of the challenges that you see we can correct with perhaps even just policy initiatives in relation to the protection of our music?
So in relation to, you know, I mean, you have to talk about the local music scene and obviously the international music scene a little differently, in my opinion, right? So the local music scene, you know, because we're very, very, very close to the creationary point of the music. I mean, you step outside a music studio where a song has just been created and it's playing on a speaker box literally across the road immediately as it's done, right? And a lot of people think about Jamaica and say, okay, this is where the music is made.
I detect some sound issues there, Kamal. If you just step away from the mic a little bit, we're getting a bit of feedback in the studio.
Can you hear me properly now?
Yes.
Sorry. So I was saying that, in regards to,
It's worse.
the local music industry, where we are creating the music at source here, and it's playing virtually across the street from source, it's not considered and revered as, something like this, golden arrow that, you've made. And, it's very close because it's so close to the source. It's like, oh yeah, just play this across the street.
We're getting that feedback again, Kamal. Your mic is rubbing against something.
No, I don't think it's mine. I don't think it's mine. I mean, I don't know what that is.
It's only when you're speaking that we're hearing that feedback, and we're just trying to get your whatever device you're using settled. Okay, go ahead now.
You hear me now?
Please go ahead, Kamal.
Yeah, so I was saying to you that based on what we're looking at in the local context of Jamaica, people see the creation of music here locally, and we need to accelerate their thought process as, when they create music, register it immediately and, educate everybody about how to register your music and the publishing and protections that come along with that. And also, people can understand how they make money from all of that. Now, internationally, when the music is played overseas, they need to also be very, very cognizant of the fact that you have to register with corresponding, publishing. So whether it is you register through JCAP or their corresponding agencies all over the world or international ones, you need to do that to make sure you get the right royalties, right? Aside from just the music, I think that on a broader scale basis, like Jamaican culture needs to be very, very revered in terms of like how we export it. I mean, culture is a whole vibe of like a Jamaican party. So people all over the world right now are having Jamaican parties, but they're actually local promoters from where they are. Like, so people in France have Jamaican parties in France. And, that culture and that whole dancehall experience has been exported. And it's very difficult to conceptualize how you could protect that culture and say, well, this is how we enjoy our parties.
So we have to get our house in order. The business of music requires us, an understanding of the business of music requires us to get our own house in order in Jamaica. And those protections, you see, the part of the challenge, and I want us to go back to thinking about the early days. David, you mentioned the fact that, and this is a well-known thing, many of our artists were not respected, they were not paid properly. The business was not set up in a way that allowed for people to get the right remuneration. Yeah. But the business thrived, and it's been, 9 decades of sound system development in Jamaica. Many decades of the recording of Jamaican indigenous music. Isn't it time that we get our business in order, Lincoln?
Yes, like everything else, the American music scene went through the same thing when rhythm and blues, jazz, and so forth. Because, in the early days, this thing did not happen or gave birth out of having an industry, It gave birth out of Coxsone Jew Creed going to Ambassador and seeing Owen Gray or something and say, boy, go cut a record that I can have an exclusive. So it is not an industry that anybody designed to say, boy, we're going into the music industry. No, it came out of that. So there was a lot of ignorance, and obviously so. But as we grow, as the generation, they learn more and more and more. And that's why I have no reservations or no fear of anybody taking Jamaican music. That is the way it's supposed to be. We want to influence the world. But while we're influencing the world, we are creating new sound.
And one of the most positive things, of course, is that the new generation of artists, when Kamal mentioned the Proteges and the Janines and the Lila Ikes, the Kabaka Pyramids, they have become very aware of things related to publishing, owning their masters, you know, their publishing rights and so on. So we do have some hope in terms of how it is that evolution is happening. And what I really want to be able to see, you know, I'm taking moderator's privilege now, is the way in which education about the business of music must evolve in Jamaica as a standard part of how we educate people at the primary and secondary levels. Nowadays, lots of youth emerge, they want to become a DJ, they want to enter the music industry, and thankfully, there are institutions like the University of the West Indies, the Edna Manley colleges and so on, where you can take programs in cultural and creative industries, entertainment and cultural enterprise management. Those are programs at the UWI, for example. So we must be, at the same time that the music is evolving, with artists emerging, people producing and consuming the music, we must also be thinking about the business of music and certainly the education. But I want to ask each of you, is there anything that I have not covered as moderator that you would want to contribute to this conversation?
Well, go ahead if you want.
For me,
but we're gonna think about it.
Oh, okay.
And we're gonna take a break and return.
Yeah. Okay.
Stay with us.
Okay.
Jamaica, the land of Bob Marley, Marcus Messiah Garvey, Usain Bolt, and of course, Reggae Month, the only month-long reggae music festival on planet Earth, where something reggae happens every day in the month of February.
And we're back with you for this very last segment in this, the part 2 of our Reggae Month Symposium organized by the Ministry of Culture, Gender, Entertainment and Sport with tremendous support from the ACIJ Jamaica Memory Bank. So we want to look to the future, considering all the challenges, where we're coming from, the UK, France, Nigeria. Your closing remarks. Where do you want to see this going? Policy initiatives, you know, what are some of the things that you want to see? Just give me your closing remarks.
Well, yes, I've got something to say, I think, about Reggae Month. And I was thinking about, you know, we were talking about global, you know, global visions of reggae music. I think Reggae Month is the best, I don't know the word in French, but the best window?
Opportunity?
The opportunity to see reggae music all over the world. And I think Reggae Month has to be global. You have to organize Reggae Month in every country that's huge in reggae music, because this is the way you're going to show the world. It comes from Jamaica. It is the reggae music of Jamaica, like the UNESCO recognize it. So I think if Reggae Month, we have Reggae Month in France, Reggae Month in Nigeria, and Reggae Month in the UK, in the US, everywhere, it has its place. So I think this is, for me, the way we have to keep on the work. I say we because I'm a part of it, you know. Yes. I'm promoting reggae music in my country. Jamaican promoting also reggae music in my country. And we have to come together and show that this is the root, it's Jamaica, and it has to be alive all the time. Yes.
Lincoln.
I'm so glad to hear you say that.
Yes, an
Trust
excellent
me,
point.
I'm so glad to hear you say that, because we're not going to educate the world about reggae music in a formal way. It will never happen. We'll teach our youth in the business side of it. But in terms of learning about reggae and knowing about reggae and feeling reggae, when we started Reggae Month about 15 years ago, I remember saying to our fellow directors, this is not a 100-meter relay or a 200 or a 400. This is a marathon. Don't expect it to happen in 5 or 6 years. And that's why we as Nigeria struggled with it every year to make it happen. And I must give credit to the ministry now about coming in, because that was always my dream and what we were working towards, where the government of Jamaica see it fit to pump money into Reggae Month every year, because it's like the festival itself, and which is what is happening now. And as you say, the best Reggae Month is going to get better and better, because now that it's happening in Jamaica and it's going to get better here, we are already dealing with Africa, we're already dealing with London, we're already dealing with Europe. Yeah. So thank you very much for that endorsement, because Reggae Month is extreme. This is how we are going to educate around the world, not in the formal way.
That's true. The power of reggae.
Power.
Reggae Month,
that's right.
As a month-long festival, one of the only month-long festivals in the world. Very, very important. Thank you for that, David.
Yes.
Kamal, let me come to you. What would you want to tell us about this music, the globalization? Where are we going? Your closing remarks.
I firstly want to underscore what the previous two gentlemen would have said about the growth and proliferation of reggae. It was very heartening for me to see a Reggae Month being celebrated in South Florida this year, a full calendar of events, which shows that the dreams and vision of, Junior Lincoln and Ibu and everybody are taking flight. What I also want to see personally is, when we look at the global reggae festival scene, the biggest reggae events happen outside of Jamaica, in Europe, in Japan, and they're put on by the promoters and organizers from those countries. Primarily because there's a larger audience for reggae and Jamaican music outside of Jamaica. So it's put on where the audience is, and I want to see more of us as Jamaican promoters, event festival organizers, doing those events in those countries ourselves.
Yes, indeed.
Something I personally am working towards, exporting our event brands. But that's my dream, that's my vision, so that we can take our local homegrown products authentically to the marketplace and be at the top of the food chain in earning from our culture.
So I come to you, Rockefeller. Nigeria, where do you see the music going? Your closing thoughts?
As I said, reggae music keeps getting elastic. So and I want to thank Jamaicans for having brought us reggae music. I'm much more so happy that it has connections with Africa, because when you say Rastafari, I believe here for that shows to the people of the trial and who was from Ethiopia. So I'm very happy about that connection. So maybe what I'm going to do is play much more reggae music on the radio. And I want to thank you. I want to send my congratulatory message to Bakaki on his Grammy. My congratulations to the Honorable Legal Grange, Minister of Culture, Gender, Entertainment and Sports, on all that she's done.
Right. I'm not sure what's happening. Let me apologize to our viewers for the feedback there for Zoom connections, which have not been working so well, either for Kamal or Rockefeller. But I want to just take us back to last week and this week. What have we achieved in these discussions? And certainly, I want to remind us of some of the things that we engaged with in our conversations last week. So we were looking at the very early development of reggae, the underlying factors that led to the development of reggae. That Trench Town as a space, for example, was Kingston, could not be the only space acknowledging the development of Jamaican music. That we would want to also be thinking about those spaces outside of Kingston, from which many of the cultural factors came. So we went back to the musical genres such as ska, mento, rocksteady, nyabingi, And we looked at some of the spaces that we needed to acknowledge in the development of Jamaican music. We also looked at Brookings, Gerebenta, Dinkimini, Etu, among others, the traditional forms that would have to be encountered in the thoughts about the African retentions and folk traditions that led to the development of Jamaican music. We talked also about revivalism as a religious tradition, which, like Rastafari, developed in the 19th and 20th centuries, where you would have to be looking at the traditional dances as part of this overall development of Jamaican music. The cross-fertilization with spaces such as Cuba, New Orleans, through the development of the music. We also touched on the important influences that emerged for contemporary Jamaican music in the context of the African continent. And of course, you heard us this week specifically zoning in on Nigeria, looking at Kwaito, Makossa, Fuji, some of the genres of music that have been influenced by Jamaican music, and in particular now, the raging debate about afrobeats. This week in part 2, we have examined some of the challenges for Jamaican music in a global context, reggae in particular. We have covered the fact that reggae music of Jamaica, declared an asset, an intangible cultural asset by UNESCO in 2018, has acknowledged not only reggae as a genre of music, but as a political tool, an influential message music in a global context. This is why it has been taken up by people all over the world. It is a music that has emphasized for people the ways in which mental slavery needed to be quashed. That freedom was what was important. And our speakers this week, Rockefeller from Nigeria, David Carroll from France, Junior Lincoln here, who has been a part of the development of Jamaican music for so many years, and in particular, bringing the music to the United Kingdom. And of course, Kamal Banke have been our guests. We have discussed so many aspects of the ways in which Jamaican music has influenced these spaces, the United Kingdom, France, and Nigeria. You have been with us. You have been our audience for the last 2 weeks, watching live on CVM television, the Jamaica Broadcasting Corporation, the Ministry of Culture, and the Jamaica Cultural Development Commission's Facebook pages, as well as Jam Vision. I have been your host, Sonia Stanley Nair, from the University of the West Indies. Follow me on Instagram @CultureDoctor or on Twitter. If you want to learn more about Jamaican music, there are quite a number of programs though. Now, in this year, 2023, we can boast that our institutions, the Edna Manley College, the University of the West Indies, University of Technology, Northern Caribbean University, there are programs if you want to engage more with the business of music. And of course, Reggae Month 2023 has been the best for me. I don't know about you, but next year we come bigger and better, back with you in the ways that we will educate, entertain, and transform Jamaica little by little. Thank you so much for joining us.
Jamaica, the land of Bob Marley, Marcus Messiah Garvey, Usain Bolt, and of course, Reggae Month. Jamaica, the land of Bob Marley, Marcus Messiah Garvey, Usain Bolt, and of course, Reggae Month, the only month-long reggae music festival on planet Earth, where something reggae happens every day in the month of February, ranging from mega reggae concerts, reggae award ceremonies, and educational symposia on reggae. February is Reggae Month. Reggae Month is February, when Jamaica invites the world to come to Mecca, Reggae Mecca, and come catch the rhythm like no place else on earth, only in Jamaica.
And that's how I mean to give him the door, breathe, I'm in the lies, and Jano say my passion ignites it. Party music get me excited, I'm coming like a force.
Reggae is global, reggae is everywhere.
Yeah, reggae is my life, you know, because once reggae, I don't know, I walk out saying that or something.
We have something which the world crave even right now. Reggae is internationally known.
Yeah. Just to let you know that this event this evening is brought to you with the courtesy of the Ministry of Culture, Gender, Entertainment and Sport, with the kind support of Chase Fund and Universal Service Fund. We'd also like to recognize the support and the sponsorship of the Tourism Enhancement Fund, the TEF, thanks to JARIA, the JCDC. Thank you very much to CPTC, the Jamaica Observer, IRIFM, RJR Gleaner Communications Group, CVM, and we'd also like to thank PBCJ. Ladies and gentlemen, some of the most seasoned musicians around the stage right now, one of which is the very familiar saxophonist par excellence. Allow him to hear himself in his headpiece. Make some noise for Dean Fraser! We're jamming. We're jamming. Black salt, I tell you, say them jamming. Woo! Sing along. Oh, Holy Mount Zion. Give it up for Black Salt Band, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, yeah. Led by the inimitable Dean Fraser. Let's hear it for Black Soil Band. Yeah. And we're only just getting started. Reggae music, nice, man. Product of Jamaica. The world has gotten to love it. Congratulations to Kabaka Pyramid, who won the Grammy in the Best Reggae Album category last night. Let's hear it for Kabaka! Mr. Pyramid did it, and did it very, very well, with a fantastic album that was in fact produced by, you know who? Junior Gong Marley. Every single track. So sustain the applause for Junior Gong as well, please. Give it up. Marley Magic in full effect. Ladies and gentlemen, the first act that I'm about to introduce to you, he's dating from way back in the 60s, had some big hits in the 1970s as well. As a matter of fact, he started out recording for people like Duke Reed on the Treasure Eye label. Then he made a switch over to Joe Gibbs. But it was when he teamed up with a producer by the name of Mr. Mundy that he had two monster hits that locked not just Jamaica but the entire world. Tonight, doing songs like The Drifter and Heart Don't Leap, let's welcome Dennis Walks. Dennis Walks.
What I don't see or don't leave, reach God. I love you, I need you. Oh, no, no. What I don't see you don't dare to my heart, it's no fair. So you do what you may and say what you will, cause you are the one who really gonna pay the bill. The faster you climb, the harder you drop. You better take your time till you reach the top. Yeah. Walk too fast, you'll have to walk again. You better take your time till you reach, my friend. What I don't see or don't leave, what you don't have to my heart, it's no fair. So do what you may and say what you will. You are the one who really gonna pay the bill. I love you. Oh, no, no. One more. Mama. Ay, 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 ay. The faster you climb, the harder you drop. You better take your time till you reach the top. If you walk too fast, you'll have to walk again. Yeah. You better take your time till you reach, my friend, right now. What I don't see or don't leave, what you don't have to guard, it's no fair. So you. Thank you very much. This song I'm going to do right now is one of my original, one of my greatest. This song, Take Me All Over the World. It goes like this. Whoa, yeah, yeah. Girl, will you run, come and give me your love? Ooh. Come on now. I said I need love. Girl, will you run, come and give me your love? Oh yeah, your true love. Girl, will you run, come and give me your love? Oh yes, oh yes, oh yeah. From the day I know myself, y'all, I've been a drifter. Oh yeah, I've been a drifter from the day I know myself. I've been a drifter. Oh yes, oh yes, oh yeah. Drum and bass, y'all. From the day I know myself, oh yeah. From the day I know myself, y'all. Oh yeah, oh yes, oh yeah. Girl, my life had been changed from the first day I met you. Oh yeah, the first day I met you. Girl, my life had been changed from the first day I met you. Oh yes, oh yes, oh yeah. Oh yeah. Ooh, come on, come on, come on. I said I need your love. Ooh, watch it. Are you feeling out there? Thank you very much. I want you people to help me sing this song. Don't worry about a thing. Every little thing is gonna be alright. Said don't worry about a thing. Every little thing, yeah, is gonna be alright. Rise up this morning, smile with the rising sun. Three little birds sit by my doorstep, singing sweet songs. melody pure and true. Yeah. This is my message to you. And don't worry about it, don't you worry. Every little thing, gonna be alright. Yeah. And don't worry, don't you worry. Yeah. Every little thing, gonna be alright. Alright. Rise up this morning, smile with the rising sun. 3 little birds sit by my doorstep, singing sweet song, a melody pure and true. Yeah. This is my message to you. Can you sing this to me? Don't worry about a thing. I want to hear the audience sing. Every little thing is gonna be alright. Don't you worry. Don't worry. No. Don't you worry, baby. Every little thing is gonna be alright. I want to hear you sing. Don't worry about a thing. Every little thing gonna be alright. Baby, don't worry about a thing. Don't you worry. Every little thing is gonna be alright. Thank you very much. I hope seeing you another time around. Richard.
Come on, put your hands together for the legendary Dennis Walks. Hey, Dennis, Mr. Walks, please come out here for a second. Tonight is a special night for me because when I looked at the lineup of artists on the bill, I've introduced all of them to a stage show before. It's my first time getting the opportunity of introducing you. And I'm very pleased to meet you, and I'm proud of what you've done for the music. Give thanks. Give him another round of applause, please. Dennis Walks, still sounding good after so many decades in the business. Ladies and gentlemen, the first of about 3 artists that's on the bill tonight that were born in the parish of St. Mary is about to make his entrance right now. As a matter of fact, he's a conscious soldier in the reggae army. So conscious that they have dubbed him Mr. Reality. It's not surprising because after all, his catalog includes songs like Leave People Business Alone, The War Between Me and the Gunman Them Can't Over, songs like Serious Times and many others. Please help me welcome another admiral in the reggae army, Admiral Tibet. Admiral Tibet.
Serious, cantankerous and dangerous. He's only pull Emancipation Park. We are living in a serious time. Yes. Don't let that devil blow your mind. The time is so serious, cantankerous and dangerous. The Father, you know I put my trust. The time is so serious, cantankerous and dangerous. Said all over the world, everyone is in a heated rush. Is not everything good for eat, good for talk? I don't just know shadows after dark. They will walk and talk, eat and drink with you, pretend as if they're all with you, but I won't let no one harm me. And I won't try to harm anyone. But when you think it's peace and safety, it's a sudden destruction. The time is so serious, cantankerous and dangerous. It's only in the Father, you know I put my trust. The time is so serious, cantankerous and dangerous. Said all over the world, everyone is in the... Break it down, make us sing a next tune, pan the same rhythm, yeah. Beautiful place, Jamaica.
Watch my people them. I wanna feel love you know. I just one thing, wallet. Just one thing me no love. You see that crime thing how we are going. Some of them you would have a cool, you know. I don't know if I remember that show now, but anyway, I remember this. 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 I remember terrorists. Why won't you stop terrorizing the neighborhood? The people want to live in the right way they should. Yeah. Terrorists, why won't you stop terrorizing the neighborhood? You're no good, no, you're no good, no. Miss Mary have a little grandson, young, who used to live by the gun, but one day he get out of control and lost his soul. Babylon itch him up and juke him up in a corner. The boy have the ball out some murder. They take off and waste 1 3 years revolver. Him never. Thank you, my people, with all respect in every aspect. You see me? Thanks. Give thanks. I say, Philly people business and mind your own. I say, Philly people business, yeah. The people business alone. The people business and mind your own. The people business alone. The people business and mind your own. You in my way, like a rolling stone. I like stick and stone. Cannot break your bone. But even slower than your heart. We testing and the stone. Samson kill the Philistine. We fed on Kijabon. So the people business alone. The people business and mind your own. The people business alone. The people business and mind your own. You carry news come, hey, and you carry news come, hey. But that's not the use for your teeth and your tongue, hey. As daylight you're on the street with your mouth going like a bang, and as anything happen, you are the first one to tell, saying, Santa says so and so and so, that's a saying. Santa says so and so and so, that's a saying. Politics, politics, and politics, 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 politics. Don't try to diss me, girl. You're not the only one in this world. I have my rights to pick and choose. Don't believe I have nothing to lose. You are the woman and I am the man. What you pay to understand that I'm not like the other guys you've met. You break their heart to leave them to fret. I will do things you don't expect if you try to disrespect. There are good things that come to an end. I'm gonna leave you with a broken heart that cannot be mended. So I said don't, oh but don't, never you. Rastafari, my paper. Well, here we are now. Tribute to Bob Marley. So here we are now. I'm going to drop the Bob Marley still. Right away. But
So there ain't no use, no one can stop them now. Ain't no use, nobody can stop them now. Give them an inch, they take a yard. Give them a yard, they take a mile. Once a man and twice a child, and everything is just for a while. Now it seems like a total destruction, only solution. So there ain't no use, no one can stop them now. Ain't no use, nobody can stop them now. Check out the real situation. Nation war against nation. When did it all begin? Whoa, when will it end? Now it seems like a total destruction, the only solution. So there ain't no use, no one can stop them now. Ain't no use, nobody can stop them now. Ain't no use, no one can stop them now. Ain't no use, nobody can stop them now. Emancipation Park, bless you, love you, give thanks. Check it out, 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 check it out.
Let's hear it from Mr. Reality, Admiral Tibet. Come on, New Kingston, you can do better than that. Give him a nice big round of applause. Are you enjoying yourself so far? Ladies, if you're enjoying yourselves, let me hear you scream. And if the brothers cannot do that, let me hear the brothers say, boop, 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 boop. Not a bad try at all. Big ups to those in the VIP area. I haven't seen the ministers yet. Is she here? Minister of Culture. Minister Grange, I suspect she'll be somewhere up front not too long from now. I see Mr. Anthony Hilton. Good night, sir. I also see a gentleman that I had the pleasure of interviewing a few mornings ago. And we had a good laugh as usual about many things, including how both him look when him step out for Rebel Salute the other day. I want him take up the bass guitar and show them that I am the creator of all these bass lines. Welcome Leroy Siblis in the building, please. Another truly great, iconic Jamaican recording artist. Right about now, though, we're swinging to the now generation. And it was in the year 2009 when he found a hit song called "My Life Soon Sort Out. I'm in a worry." Just recently he came out with a new album called Just Winning, and his career has definitely taken another upturn. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, please help me welcome G Wiz.
Park, she was a sing. When you ready now? Watcha. Say whether night or even day, we not go walk in a the pagan's way. No for them no right people. Say them no right people. Say whether night or even day, we not go walk in a the pagan's way. All of us say good over evil, God over devil. Ready again now. And me say, oh Jah, guide and protect. Watch them move them we make when we step in our crap. Do what them want pronounce it. I'm clear, fix me now, man. Set to the sky, we rise in the day. Wonder why. Big pot of food just be poison away. Night or even day. No for them I like people. Them I like people. Say whether night or even not pure. And me say, oh Jah, please keep me focused. Where I keep the locus. Watch out, turn it up again. Say turn it up again. Say turn it up again. Yeah, seven and night and good night, Emancipation Park. All I will love Bob Marley say, Bob. Watch on, man, people. Hold on. I woke up this morning without a voice. All right, voice gone. Worse. I mean, I said, no. I have to come perform today for Bob Marley. So here you know, everything my granny tell me, how to get rid of a horse voice, I eat me go work on. How the voice sound? When I hear me clear out there, say yeah. It not too good, but we still have to work. No, say work. All right, you see Bob now, he was a ladies man, right? You so much kids him have. He was a ladies man. So them say every artist supposed to sing a Bob Marley song. So when them tell me that, you know we sang me select a song where Bob sing for the ladies. Play it now, man. What sing it? Who don't know this one? Say yeah. It seems like them ready. All right, let's go. Turn your lights down low and open your window curtains. Oh, let your moon come shining into our lives. Remember, say my voice not good, so you have to help me. Say it. It's been a long, long time. I've got this message for you. Sing with me now, man. Oh, but it seems I was never on time. Still I gotta get you to you, girl. Bobby, I do a style like this. A Bob style, listen up. I want to give you some love. Sweet. I want to give you some good loving. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Take it down low. Lauren Hill. This is the remix with Lauren Hill, right? So me I can borrow the female. Oh, gosh, man.
Never try to resist, oh no.
Sugar!
Oh, let your love come shine again.
Jeez.
Into our lives again.
Saying, ooh, I love you too. I love you too.
And I want you to know right now.
Ooh, I love you. Yeah.
And I want you to know.
Remember, say the other way from side to side, Bob Marley. Our king, our reggae legend, We are going to be on the man. Say yo, I want to give you some love. I want to give it. I want to give you some good loving. Oh, wow. Say I want to give you. Take it down low. So after Bob Marley did that big collaboration with Lauren Hill, you know I am MCGES. We do a big collaboration too with one of my female artists friends named D'Angel. I'm gonna try to remix that song on this rhythm. Alright now, I want to give you some good loving. Baby, run with a boy there, your so-called new man. I mean, no say that boy there, boy, him can't jump in our plan. Cause that boy there can't love you good like me. That boy there can't love you good like me. That boy there can't love you good like... Oi, son! Woo! Alright, play it again. Saying, ooh, it's been a long... I've got this message for you, girl. But it seems I was never on time, but always late yet. Still I wanna get you to you, girl. On time. Say I want to give you some love. Take it on love. It's an honor to be on this show, representing Bob Marley. See? I see him son with up on the show tonight named Julian Marley. It's an honor to have him on my latest album. Yeah, the album named Just Winning. See? So go on a platform where music is sold and just check out G-Wiz album named Just Winning. Alright, hold on. So I'm telling you, say my voice gone this morning, right? Me have to do sign language to my wife like me dumb. See how ya? See me ya? Make some tea for me. Yeah. I saw me have to deal with it. So give thanks to the Jamaican remedy, we get back my voice a little bit. So that goes to show that any obstacles you face in life, what you have to do? Press on, right? You have to overcome, right? You have to fight the fight, right? Play the next song. Yeah, man. G-Wiz a past show. All who believing on yourself now. Who say more money for 2023, 2024 and beyond? Set on it up again. Mr. Realize. Start up. Mr. No matter where them. Alright, ready again. Mr. Realize so. Start out. So we not worry. Mr. No matter where them. No more cabin. Come mama tell me say, pick up what I mean. And come pull up your weight, Mr. Realize so. You know, if you help me sing, you know, remember, you know. You remember the verse? Yeah. So I get all you just go and brave the weather. Say do your thing, you hustle it. Me say no do no, we no clever. Me come like you in a jail. Give me a mix. And me say, one work for your little don't know. I get on you full of talent. We must go. So guide over us. Realize so. Start out. So we know. Take it down, look. Take it down. Everywhere I go on this musical journey of mine, when we go Japan, when we go Europe, when we go America, sometimes I say to people, I'm from Jamaica. And they don't know where Jamaica is. I say, yeah man, Jamaica from the West Indies, Caribbean. They say they don't know. But when I say Bob Marley, or they say, oh yes. When I say One Love, they say, oh yes. So it's a very powerful man out there in the world. And our legend, right? So give me a reggae mix on the second verse, called Reggae Month. Alright, what you know now? Me say you might not drive a car now. Soon can drive one. Say your soul can buy one. Might never fly in a plane before. Soon make a flight, man. Just one, trust the most. And mama teach me. And when the road get rocky, me tell mama say, we not be no pro. We are go, they go walk it. Me say we like so. So we no worry. Me say no matter where they. Take it down. Good night, people. I'm gonna go rest my voice now. Let me hear say G-Way. Say G-Way. Remember the album, Just Winning, see?
That's G-Wiz. Let's hear it for G-Wiz. Hey G-Wiz, I hope that your album, Just Winning, continues to do well so that you can upgrade from a bicycle to at least a yang. Give him another round of applause, please, everybody. Yeah, that's G-Wiz. Now, we Jamaicans have a very special way, unique way of welcoming visitors to our shores. I've just been told that we have with us the Minister of Tourism and Culture, all the way from Sierra Leone. We welcome, with a nice big Jamaican round of applause, Minister Dr. Pratt. Welcome, my lady. Come on, I think you can do better than that. Give her another big round of applause. It's Black History Month. We're proud to be black. We also have sitting beside her His Excellency. I won't attempt to call his first name, but I will tell you that His Excellency, spelled W-A-I, pronounced Y, is sitting beside the minister. He's the High Commissioner of Sierra Leone to Jamaica. Please give it up for His Excellency, Y. Yeah, I need to do some rehearsals to get the first name right. And we just want to welcome those who are just coming in. This, of course, is the Bob Marley Day celebration. The king, the legend, the icon would have been 77 years of age today. What a legacy he has left, and we still continue to bask in it. Tonight, we'd like to let you know that the JCDC is now accepting entries for the Jamaica Festival Song Competition, the Jamaica Gospel Star Competition, the Miss Jamaica Festival Queen Competition, the Jamaica Culinary Arts Competitions, Jamaica Creative Writing, and Jamaica Visual Arts Competitions. You can contact your nearest JCDC office, or you can visit the JCDC website, which is www.jcdc.gov.jm, and there are also a number of social media pages that you can get information from. All right, are you ready for some more entertainment? Say yeah! Ladies and gentlemen, not many of you actually know that when this young Rastafarian Idrin goes on tour, especially in places like South America, places like Europe, he often performs to crowds of 50 to 100,000. And that is when he's at his best. But definitely tonight, he's going to bring his A game. He's a conscious Rasta man who is promoting what we call the new reggae soul. Please help me welcome, behind songs like Freeway, here comes Droop Lion. Droop Lion.
Jamaica, hey Jamaica, how you doing? On Portugal observe. Do you know this one? Hello, Caron, I'm depending on you. Hello, Caron, I'm depending on you. Come on. Jamaica. I catch a fever and a first cold. I'm depending on you. From my heart and soul, I'm depending on you. So much tears on my pillow, like a flowing river. My mama forsake me, made my daddy don't see me. Now I'm like a bachelor with no relation. Hello, Caron, I'm depending on you. Hello, Caron, I'm depending. Everybody, hello, Caron, I'm depending. Sing one of Jamaica's biggest song. I'm depending on you. Look, yes, Caron, baby, Caron. Yes, Caron. Emancipation Park, how you doing? Everybody sing. Let me hear you. Come on, Jamaica. I'm depending on you. Hello, around. I'm depending on you. Hello, one more time, say hello. I'm depending. I can't hear them. Hello. Playing low. I want to hear Emancipation Park. And you singing one of Jamaica's oldest song in reggae. And today we are here paying homage to a legend and legends of this great music. Say hello, Karan. Say hello, Karan. I love you. Ja. Rastafari. You know what I mean? A very important part of our culture. All political observe, you know what I mean? I know that the ministers are here, but Jamaica is here, you know what I mean? The greater part of Jamaica is here. The ones who the ministers represent. My name is Jupe Lion, and wherever I go, right across this universe, because our music global, it named reggae music. You know what I mean? In this time, you know, Emancipation Park. It ain't no reason we're getting around in this time. When the barrel cracks and the smoke smell, Mama sing a prayer for me. She puts her arms around me, so this place sounds set us free. Early morning, the hour comes. I try to take my brothers on a jail ride, but if they're taking us all to house and don't you know we got to reach alive. Just stay on the freeway, free. Ooh. Say bonfire to player. Ah. This is what we do. Mr. Giovanni, figure yourself. Mr. Double Stevenson. When the barrel cracks and the smoke smell, Mama sing a prayer for me. She puts her arms around me, said this place don't set us free. Early morning, Black Mara coming. I try to take my brothers on a trail ride, but if they're taking us all to El Santa, don't you know we got to reach alive. Fire, freeway, it's a freeway, around the way. So freeway, oh my brothers and sisters, they will be singing, treading up against my way. Oh, I'm taking the freeway, the freeway, right away. The freeway, oh my brother, I stay, hey Africa. The smoke rise above Earth's surface, while the mountain comes to the sea. Building blocks is burning, it's burning, and the new someone crying up. Thunder roll and lightning strikes. See the sun comes with all its might. Plantation feeling is Emancipation Park. Let me hear you say, freeway, freeway, it's a freeway, right away. My brothers and sisters, you over here, let me hear you. Come on, say freeway, freeway, it's a freeway, right away, it's a freeway. Hey, Jamaica, I'm going back to the country now. How you feeling? taking the freeway, the freeway, the freeway. Oh my brothers and sisters, sing it. Rastafari, how you feeling? No, hold it to know. You know what I mean? Because I like this, you know. How you feeling? I mean, this is Jamaica. No, this music, it not come too easy, you know. And there are certain type of words that we use to describe the people who defend this music, this upful life, way of life in Jamaica. You know what I mean? Among any race or creed, you know? And them call us rebels. Non-violent, you know what I mean? All real Jamaicans, all true lovers of Bob Marley music. This is how it come true. We're gonna sing this one, okay? Okay. I'm a rebel, soul rebel. I'm a capturer, soul adventurer. Seeing the morning sun, I'm not inside. Not living good Jamaicans of the world. Said I'm a living man. I've got work to do. If you're not happy, hey Jamaica, sing it to people. I'm a rebel, soul rebel. I'm a capturer, soul out in Jamaica. We are. Yeah. Soul rebel. I'm a capturer. Soul adventurers. See that morning sun, that inside. Not living good. Jamaica people, travel wide. Said I'm a living man. I've got work to do. No, must be blue. Sing it. Everybody. Sing. I'm a capturer, soul adventurer. Don't stop. Rebel, soul rebel. I'm a capturer, ready, soul adventurer. I said, how you feeling? Emancipation Party.
Put your hands together one more time for Drew Lion. When you talk about performance, man. Yeah, he's quite a dynamic performer. He deserves another big round of applause from the audience here at Emancipation Park. Are you enjoying Reggae Month so far? Lots and lots of activities. We're only at day number 6, and there's a whole lot more to come. And all the happenings are courtesy of the Ministry of Culture, Gender, Entertainment and Sport. We thank our sponsors, the Chase Fund and the Universal Service Fund. Other sponsors include JARIA, JCDC, CPTC, Jamaica Observer, IRIFM, RJR Communications Group, CVM, and PBC Jamaica. Please put your hands together for all the sponsors of all the activities for Reggae Month 2023. Are you ready to go home? I didn't think so. Somebody just asked me a while ago if I could just state some of the artists that are still to perform tonight. But before I do that, I called her name earlier, and now she has arrived, our darling minister, who in the year 1987 was sitting across the glass in a production studio at one of our famous radio stations in Jamaica. I was the talent voicing a commercial, and she was the producer of that commercial. Before the end of the session, she said to the management, "You need to get him on air." And here I am 30 odd years later. I thank you, Madam Minister, and I love you. Give it up for our darling Minister of Culture, Gender, Entertainment and Sport, Minister Babsy Grange. Come on, let's hear it. Yeah. So sorry, Minister, I just had to talk the business. I hope you don't mind. Ali, Mr. McNabb, good to see you as well. Tonight we have the likes of Marcia Griffith still to come. We have the likes of Julia and Juju Marley still to come. Luton Fire, Gyptian, George Nooks, Max Romeo, the Fireman, Capleton is still to come. Are you ready to go home? But right now, I think it's about time I introduce the beautiful lady to the stage. Not just because she has a very disarming smile and one of the sweetest voices in the world of reggae, but partly because she has in fact now gotten as many as 2 nominations for a Reggae Grammy. That is an awesome feat. She hails from August Town, and tonight we're gonna free her up because she wants to deliver some warrior love. If you're ready, Emancipation Park, make some noise and welcome the strong one, Etana!
How you doing tonight? We are Jamaicans, but we lick about with Talawa. If you lick about your Talawa, say Talawa! Why boast at yourselves, oh evil man? Playing smart and not being clever. I said you work in inequity to achieve vanity. But the goodness of Jah endureth forever. If you are a big tree, we are the small axe, ready to cut you down, ready, sharpen to shall fall in it. I say, whosoever diggeth a pit shall bury in it, shall bury in it. Big tree. I go. We are the small eyes, shopping to cut you down, ready to cut you down. Sure. If you are a big tree, yeah, we are the small eyes, ready, ready to cut you down, ready to cut you down. I want to say, I say, whosoever diggeth a pit shall fall in it, shall fall in it. I say, whosoever diggeth a pit shall bury in it, shall bury in it. You are a big tree. Yes, I am the small eyes, ready, ready to cut you down. I say, ready to cut you down. Sing it with me. If you are a big tree, hey, we are the small eyes. Yeah, we ready, ready to cut you down, ready to cut you down. If you love Bob Marley, say yeah, say yeah. I know that one is a very potent one, but we are powerful people, and all around the world, starting from Bob Marley and all the greats that came out of Jamaica, we made them know wherever we go, we are the small ox. We are the small ox. And for those who come up against each other working iniquity, if you are a big tree, yes, I am the small eyes, hey, ready to cut you down. Oh yeah, ready to cut you down, ready to cut you down. Oh yeah, ready to cut you down. Thank you. Dean Fraser, you ready? Them can't take my soul, you know? Hey! Cha! So you beat them, so you mistreat them, so you lock them down and you think that you've won, but we are all a out in the eye. We are followers of Rastafari, and I live upright. So tell me what them I go do. Tell me what you gonna. Tell me what you gonna do. Tell me what you gonna do now. That the youth, I will live. I when me say them can't walk alone. Yeah, hey, them can't hide the truth from you. Yeah, hey, them can't steal the truth, not true. Oh, that the youth, I will live. I when me say them can't walk alone. Yeah, hey, them can't hide the truth from you. Yeah, hey, them can't steal the truth, not true. Oh, that the youth, I will them rule. Yeah. See, I'm anointed from the crown of my head to the sole of my feet, so I fear no one, because I'm protected by the Most High. I walk in no fear, no time, no day. Soul, wanting to take control, wanna give me lots, wanna give me bling, wanna give me all the material things. I hear them talking about what the world has to offer, girl. Can't you see what they have done to bed? But in my cause, Jesus and all of the prophet, yeah. But I'm not afraid. Make them come, cause I'm protected by the Most High. They don't mind when you're far behind and can't pay your bills on time. You're prostituting and standing in a them government line. No, and they don't mind when you waste your time coming up with some fool rhyme, influencing the youth, them for not a line or take a line. And you know what? They don't mind when you're locked up in jail, can't get no bail, sentence for life. Can't see the youth, them strive. They don't mind. But what? But I'm not afraid. Sing it loud and clear. No, I'm not afraid. No, I'm not afraid. Who tell them say? If them a come, make them come, cause I'm protected by the Most High, yeah, Most High One. Thank you.
Woo. If you love Etana, somebody scream. If you enjoyed that, shout yes. All right, put your hands together right now for Etana. Such a beautiful voice, such great talent. Yeah, she deserves your love. All right, you enjoying yourselves, Emancipation Park? I have to check. I want to be sure. Are you enjoying yourselves? All right. I think this is Miss Jamaica World 2023, right? 2022, sorry, yes? I just wanted to make sure that I had your attention. But Miss Singh is here. Please give her a nice big round of applause, one of our national representatives. Miss Jamaica World 2022. So, at this point in time, Dean Fraser, you ready? I think you should give the band on the stand a nice big round of applause. Black Soil Band. All of the musicians doing very, very well. Walk on, Jummy. Big up yourself. All right, seasoned musicians, among the best that we have in our country. Ladies and gentlemen, this brother started out his career, believe it or not, as a DJ. If you know the history, he started out under the name Prince Muhammad. But then he made a switch, and he realized that he could do singing and do it very, very well. Monster hits are in his catalog. God is Standing By is just one of those. He might convert Emancipation Park into a church tonight. Are you ready? Make some noise for George Nuts.
I've had many tears and sorrow, questions for tomorrow. There were times I didn't know right from wrong, but in every situation, God gave me consolation that my trials come to make me strong. Through it all, I've learned to trust in Jesus, learned to trust in God. Through it all, I've learned to depend upon His word. Been to many faces. There were times felt so all alone, but in those lonely hours, those special hours, Jesus let me know I am his own. Can I hear the pop sing now? Through it all, through it all, I've learned to trust in Jesus, learned to trust in God. Through it all, through it all, I've learned to depend upon his word. Thank him for the mountain, thank him for the valley, thank him for all the storms he brought me through. Cause if I didn't have problems, I wouldn't know that God could solve them. I wouldn't know what faith in God could do. Can I hear you sing now? Through it all, through it all. All the believers in here, can I sit down like this? God was saying us straight. All who believe, let me sit down them. Through it all, I've learned to depend upon his word. Now, yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, you know what? I'll fear no evil, for thou art with me, thy rod and thy staff that comfort me. And though the wicked will come upon me sometime to eat up my flesh, you know what happened? They will stumble and fall. Emancipation, for through it all, I've learned to trust in Jesus, learned to trust in God. Through it all, I've learned to depend upon his word. Through it all, I've learned to depend upon his word. Yeah, when my God people are in there, when I'm there, don't. Yeah, man, we love God everywhere we go with God, you know. We're not going without God, you know, that may I tell you. Yeah, I'm not true, we know in a church. When I say put up on hand if you don't love God, nobody look behind, you know. Let me see two and there, all who love God. All right, on the day here. All right, then. Sound of dread, no have no party leg. Me say if you stop spread, pop up yonder upon the dread. Me say if you stop spread, pop up yonder. Because the dread no have no. Ease up. Ease up, big tune, a big tune. You hear? Are you ready? Let me hear you say whoa. Say whoa. I don't wanna be left out of Zion Gate. I don't wanna be shut out of Zion Gate. I don't wanna be left out of Zion Gate. I need Lord of mercy, to live in this love and feel. Oh, no, come along and sing with me now. Jah alone can Lord of mercy, fill my heart with love. As much as I like jump up, me can't do it. Jah alone can give my satisfaction. Fill my heart with love. Nothing is wrong with your name. Everything is perfect. And it leads the way all day. Way home. See the birds and the puppies in a good place of rest. Even the waters flow way beyond rocks of the hills and the mountain. Even say right now, Jah alone can give my satisfaction. Fill my heart with love of creation. Jah alone can give my satisfaction. With my heart flow. Sound a trend. Don't have no party leg. It ain't hands, I will tell it to you. You know. Right now, me say me stop spread popo yonder upon the trend. Me say me stop spread the popo yonder upon it. Because the trend no have no party leg in him head. But the heat no have no party leg in him head. Say me go to the east, them I say so. Go to the north, them I say so. Go to the south, them I say so. But I run up the mount on the dread. But around on them I run up the mount upon the dread. Connect me to you about the music on the sound upon the sound. Action feeling. So me say stop. Spread the propaganda. Stop. Spread the propaganda upon the dread. Because the dread now have the party leg. In I'm head as I will tell it to you. We downtown and I'm sit bad emancipation box. Stop spread propaganda. See me stop spread propaganda. Because the dread no have the party leg. Dread no have the party leg. Propaganda they must spread from the dread. We up a yonder. Yeah man. Yeah, we're coming from way back 1977. You hear? Ah, you hear? Yeah, man, I remember, don't? All right, now. I will say Bob Marley, you know, Bob Marley there. And the king there. Yeah, man, the man that run the place for real. Hey! Are you ready? Rastaman, the vibration, yeah. Positive. Live if you wanna live, I your vision, yeah. I heard. Oh, Rastaman, the vibration, yeah. Live if you wanna live, I your vision, yeah. Say you just cannot live in the negative world. And you know what I mean. Make way for the positive, yeah. Why not help one another along the way, Jamaica, and make it much easier. Just a little bit easier. Yeah. We just can't keep killing people every day. And you know what I mean. Make way for the positive day. We're things picking up new time, new feelings. Oh, it's a new song. Oh, what a new day. You're picking up. You're picking up. Are you picking up now? And let me till you see the song. Oh, you're picking up now. Shalom, protect us. Oh, shalom, protect us. Well, yeah. Rastaman, the vibration. Can I hear the crowd singing? Take it out. Positive. Iron, your vision, yeah. Oh, vibration, yeah. Positive. Bob Marley was the king. Yeah, man, and still is the king. You hear me? Them never do, baby. You know, until the people in emancipation pump, people don't feel like we let me say, yeah. Now. Say you just cannot live in the negative world.
Make way for the positive day. Cause it's a new day. Is it Donovan? They could not say. Say this a new feeling. And this a new sounding. I say bye-bye now. Bye-bye now, boy. How you picking up? Are you picking up now? Yeah. Say, are you picking up now? Are you picking up now? Ladies and gentlemen, that was George Nooks. Oh yeah, oh yeah. Mr. Engineer, a little bit more on the monitors, please. Yeah, thank you. Let's hear it for George Nooks. Jah protect us. Oh yeah. The force of reggae music, they say, is greater than any political machinery. Do you love reggae music? Make some noise! All right. I think Minister Terry Long has arrived. Good night, Minister. Good to see you, sir. I want to say big respects to my good friend and colleague now. He's on radio these days, Jack Scorpio, somewhere in the building. My DJ who works with me on Bridge 99 FM in the mornings from 6 until 10, DJ Audley, is in the building. I know that he's in some female's ears right now, so he hasn't even reported backstage yet. You know how he is. I also like to say good night to Pat and some other good friends of mine in the building. Good to see you all. All the beautiful ladies, if you're enjoying yourselves, let me hear you scream! All right. Now, we've got an artist. Dean knows him very, very well. The younger members of the audience will need this intro so you can get a better grasp of the greatness of this individual. In fact, it is said that in the early years of his career, we're talking about the late 1960s, he was the one that put the rude in Rude Boy. He provides us with great reggae music, classic reggae music. And we're talking about worldwide anthems. Songs like Let the Power Fall on I. Songs like War in a Babylon. Recently, this great Jamaican announced that he's going to go around the world one more time on his farewell tour. But you get a chance to have him tonight. Please welcome Max Romeo.
It's a good day. How you feeling? Simple day. Oh yeah. It's simple day. Oh yeah. War in a Babylon. Tribal war in a Babylon. It's simple day. Oh yeah. It's simple day. Oh yeah. War in a Babylon. Tribal war in a Babylon. What you say? It's simple day. Oh yeah. It's simple day. Oh yeah. The barber man not like the dreadlocks man. The dreadlocks man don't like the barber man. No. The police man not like the dreadlocks man. The dreadlocks man don't like the police man. So a war in a Babylon, tribal war in a Babylon. What you say? Simple day, oh yeah, simple day, oh yeah. War in a Babylon, tribal war in a Babylon. Look at that, simple day, oh yeah, simple day, oh yeah. When come pride, then come exchange. A man's pride shall bring him low, yeah. Oh yeah. For honor shall love all the humble in spirit. And you know it's true, yeah. Oh yeah. War in a Babylon. Tribal war in a Babylon. Look at that. You simple all day. Oh yeah. You simple all day. Oh yeah. War in a Babylon.
on the mountain top. Watching Babylon burning red hot, red hot. War in a Babylon, tribal war in a Babylon. What you say? The simple old day, oh yeah, the simple old day, oh yeah. War in a Babylon, tribal war in a Babylon. You look at that, the simple old day, oh yeah, the simple old day, oh yeah. Oh no, no. Simple old day. Thank you. A very short time. It's just a moment I'll be on stage, so I hope you enjoy it. You know. You feeling good? Man, it's many years I don't pass through this place, you know. And it's a joy, trust me. Yeah, you know, my agent keep me in Europe all over the world. But here I am in Jamaica. Oldie, but goodie. Ah, yeah. You gave a King James version. King James was a white man. You built a You gave a King James version. King James was a white man. You built a dangerous weapons to kill a own black man. You stole the land God gave I and taught I to be covetous. What other wicked deeds have you got in mind? Tell me, what are you gonna do to stop these daily crimes? Bring back Maccabee version that God gave. I said to bring back the King James version that belongs to the white man. Black man, get up, stand up on your foot and give black God the glory. Black man, get up, stand up on your foot. I said to give Rasta the glory. Well, now, ah, yeah. Aluda continua. The struggle continues. All right. Suffer I and you rabbi, starve I next to kill I. But what are you gonna do? Now that the sword I've turned against you, black man, get up, stand up on your foot and give black God the glory. Black man, get up, stand up on your foot. I said to give Rasta the glory. Well, bring back Maccabee version that God gave to black man. I said to take back the King James version that belongs to the white man. Black man, get up, stand up on your foot and give Rasta the glory. Black man, get up, stand up on your foot. I said to give Rasta the glory. Well, now. Thank you. Yeah. Like I said tonight, for me, it's just a moment. It's a great month, February. How many February born in the place? You see? Yeah. Nice knowing you, nice meeting you, nice loving you. But Bob Marley is a February man. And it's fitting that I do a song in tribute to a great legend, my inspiration. Me and Bob have a lot in common. You know, we used to live, we actually born 3 miles from each other in St. Ann. I'm from Alexandria, and he's from 9 Mile. And at some point in life, we live in the same community. So, it's a pleasure. Yeah. All pirates, yes, they rabbi, sold out to the merchant ship. Minutes after they took I from the bottomless pit, but my heart was made strong by the hands of the Almighty. We forward in this generation triumphantly. Won't you help me sing these songs of freedom? They're all I'll ever have. Redemption song. Emancipate yourselves from mental slavery. None but ourselves can free our minds. Have no fear for atomic energy, for none of them can stop the time. How long shall they kill the prophets while we stand aside and look? Some say it's just a part of it. We've got to fulfill the book. Well, won't you help me sing these songs of freedom? They're all I ever have. Redemption song. Redemption song. These songs of freedom. Redemption song. Redemption song. Love you. Love you. Love you. Redemption song. Thank you. Woo!
Emancipation Park, give it up for Max Romeo. The legendary Max Romeo. Come on, give him some love. You don't see him often in these parts of the world. You heard what he said. His agent keeps him busy all over Europe. He's going off on his final tour around the world, and we wish him well. One more time, please, for the legendary Max Romeo. I don't think it's only Jamaicans who are here tonight. Anyone here from any other country? Where are you from? Sierra Leone. Yeah, it's a big delegation. If you're from Sierra Leone, make some noise. We welcome your African brothers and sisters. All right, anyone else? Where are you from? Where? Anyone here from the United States of America? Would that be Florida? Where? Oh, California, from the west side. All right. I used to do a show called the Ragamuffins Festival. Used to be called the Bob Marley Festival. I did that show for 24 years in a row, every February at the Long Beach Arena. 17,000, 20,000 people every year. So welcome from California. We love you. All right, anyone here from New York City? Where are you from? Anyone here from Canada? Toronto Massive? Anyone here from the Caribbean region except Jamaica? Where are you from? Where? Bahamas? Nassau? All right. Trinidad massive. Nobody here from Trinidad? No Bayesians in the house? No St. Vincentians? Where are you from? Where? All right, Trinidad in the building. Are there any Jamaicans in the house? Make some noise! I just got a message on my phone. Somebody says, tell Minister she might have to move this event next year to another venue. But I think this is nice and comfortable. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to introduce an artist right now who has had the distinction of climbing the Billboard charts. And so popular was his song back then that one famous Trinidadian rapper who is now in the United States, Nicki Minaj, decided to do a remix of that big song called Hold You. Ladies and gentlemen, he has a fantastic catalog of hits and a very unique voice. Let's welcome right now, Egyptian!
I just want you to know we are celebrating our money for sure. Na 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 na. No. Just the other day, I said she asked me my name, and then I told her Egyptian. Immediately, she said, boy, I gotta give you something from her body. And I said, baby, prepare. She said, I don't want you to tell nobody, and then I give it to you so easy. I said, with me, baby, you don't need to worry. She said, never felt so right. And I said, yes, my baby, breathe on me tonight. And she said, oh, nah, she never felt so right. And I said, yes, my baby, breathe on me to woman of my dreams, you've become reality. Out of my subconsciousness and my immortality. I'm the happiest man in the because I have you for my, and I promise you, my baby, I'm gonna take you on tours around. Yeah, baby, she said, oh, nah, she never felt so right. And I said, yeah, my baby, read on me tonight. And she said, oh, never felt so right. And I said, yeah, baby, read on me tonight. Just the other day, said I ran into this beautiful lady. She asked me where me I go. And me tell her we are celebrating my birthday. Yeah, immediately. She said, boy, I gotta give you something from her body. I said, baby, quickly. She said, don't want it, son. And then I give it to you. And I said, you don't need to worry. She said, ooh, never felt so right. And I said, bring in Egyptian tonight. Yeah, that's alright. Oh, baby, bring it on me. Bring it on me, bring it on me. Yeah. She said, oh, never, 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 never. Is it? About my birthday and a GP and a beautiful ladies, can you scream for me? What? You know, see all over the place of being madness. But tonight we never choose it. A reggae
reggae month. A reggae year for me, you know. Because me they all over. You understand? So this song start with the I from 2004. Yeah, me win Sting. No, not Sting. We win a Portmore Talent Search. Yeah. Big up to Irving one. I'm gonna say big up to Kenneth Willis the same way from the foundation I said start. Yeah, yeah. Snare na 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 na. Yeah, 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 yeah. Well, let's go. All I can see around us is this violence and full time for us to and socialize and realize. So let the sun shine throughout every. Let the moon shine through the peaceful nights. This is 7 times and 7 times, but I don't really believe in that. Cause life continues as it goes. If you really wanna know the truth, if the truth hasn't been told, no, nobody knows. See, sometimes you think it's peace and safety. It could be your first. Said you wake up this morning, you better give thanks. You don't know if you gonna live to see tomorrow. Life is much more precious than gold. And have the truth, I'm the truth. I go, sure. Step on it, watch how you are. A straight drive by. Step on it, the youths are really. What's up? I see you then go see you left the truck. Y'all got down in who them said them got no digger. And no can't come in and shots that too. All the meanest things in love. Don't say can, so I said Jesus. All I can see around us is good people tonight. Socialize. So let the sun shine throughout every day. The moon shine through the peaceful night. This is 7 times right and 7 times wrong. But I don't really believe in that. Cause life continues. If you really want to know the truth, have the truth, have the truth. No. Jamaica, we there, yeah. 2020, 23, yeah. So the right amount of 20 them. You know, something again, you know? Yeah. From them time then. I just the same way, man. No accolades. Yeah. I'm gonna step out so nice and easy tonight. It's an honor to be here. And be up to all of the important people, Miss Jamaica, the government team, the fans, Miss Babs, big up yourself. Yes, man, Nitty Culture and the people in my place to see me. All of the team. Yeah. 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 Why? Y'all me waffle. Oh, yeah. I'm a sick, y'all me waffle job. And put me things right on. Y'all give me that. Lay them dream in a care. Take it anytime. You know that. So me know, long as we want to get a car. We want to get a car. And make me feel it, reveal it. Show me that you can cry. Yeah, me want to feel all yeah. Put me arms right around yeah. Can you give me that? I'm just like, can you want to just squeeze? Pull me things all around. Can you give me that? Yeah, them dream I care. But take it any. I'll find it. So me know, long as I. The rest of what a girl can.
want a girl who can make it breathe. Are you ready? Like a fast bike on the road. Jump on the back and share. Give me the marker one now, the fat come. Wanna play, money. Chop, on me out of control. I'm more for that she wants in her soul. She said, got me one for just one. Put me arms right up. Girl, you give me that. I'm gonna say, got me one for just. Put me things right up. Girl, you give me that. Tightest, yeah, tightest, yeah. Love you guys, blessed love. But hold on there. Beg you for know something. Hold on there. So when you dress up in your two-piece and your shorts. But hey, I didn't want to sing a song, but you're a great legend, you know? You know? So I just want to give you a few lines and leave. We're not OD people. Yeah. But I'm my favorite Bob, yeah? So, listen me now. Yeah, Bob, I'm going to sing something kind of, yeah? Yeah. All pirates, yes, they are by. Stole light to the merchant ships. Meanings after they took her from the bottomless pit. But my hand was made strong by the hands of the Almighty. Be forward in this generation, triumphantly. Won't you help to sing these songs of freedom? It's all I ever ask. Redemption songs. Redemption songs. Love you all, Reggae Month. It's all about Bob Marley birthday celebration. Hey!
If you love Egyptian, say say all right, give him a round of applause, please, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, he has tasted international success and he's still going strong. Egyptian, big up yourself. My good friend has asked me to remind the audience that there's going to be the 41st staging of the Bob Marley One Love Fun Day and football matches. It comes up on Ash Wednesday, February 22, and it's going to be at the Arnott Gardens venue. And we're talking about my good friend Busy putting on this 41st staging. Shaggy and George Nooks will be honorees, and there'll be teams including entertainers and referees invitational, the Masters and Celebrities invitational, and the Christian ambassadors will be there. Everything gets started at 3 o'clock. So Busy is asking me to remind you of that. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, I see the stage has gotten dark, but soon it will be all lit, because this next artist is about to perform some big songs from his catalog. It is said that the Rastafarians smoke the herb because it takes them closer to their creator, and it increases their spiritual realms. This next artist sings about the weed in songs like Spliff Tail and others from his catalog. He is a real, true brand, fire-spitting Rastafarian hydrant. You don't have to be big, but when you're big, you're big. Ladies and gentlemen, from the plains of St. Catherine to Emancipation Park tonight on Bob Marley Day turned Bob Marley Night. Let's make some noise and welcome Luton Fire!
Yo! When I say no respect, any of your respect, and respect to respect up to your neck. Holy Emmanuel, I Selassie, yo, Selassie, I mightier than them all. And whosoever fight the king shall fall. Emmanuel, mightier than them all. How you feeling? Alright, Black Marcus, you're mightier than them all. Ain't none of them can go round or stall. And I've seen a doomsday, for you're proud to be clean and righteous. So, oh, hey, I say no for them, but one some grounds. Now run for signs on them face, and you them don't come. When them to giving him and tell them no round. What did I do? Alright, loot and fire upon your back of hell. Play me low, play me low. I greet in the most precious and mighty name of His Imperial Majesty. Haile Selassie first. Holy Emmanuel I Selassie I. Sure! Well, heap of them can't believe. Man, I say Rastafari now. Them get weak in their knees. Well, heap of them can't believe. Who wants to clean out people over here? Alright, hey, I know vex them vex. I just surprise them, surprise. Then realize. Say Rasta still the road. Look see everything, yes, them are run. Emancipation. Hey, watch it. You see the bingy man I make a chad in a me robe and me turban and me slanders. Hey, I sense in a me bag. Me nah go let me rad. Red, gold and green flag them so me mad. Hey, Rasta keep it humble like a lamb. Man a vegetarian. Me nah go young arm even when duck upon the land. No calling, no gonna pigmentation. Oh yeah. Hey, it's a mightier than them all. And whosoever fight the king shall fall. Emmanuel mightier than them all. I do play and big up yourself. Hey, Black Marcus, you're mightier than them all. How you feeling? And I've seen a doomsday. Oh yeah. Honorable Dean's Fraser. I want to give thanks to my people, Jamaica, and all the foreigners that are here tonight. No respect. Yes, King. Where's the light, Papa? Darkness. Why loot and fire? All right. When you see Bob Marley, you see the biggest spliff them. Someone you wonder if him alone build them. Listen, me I sing a song for the weed man them. Run it off. Holy I Selassie I. Sure. This one who can't spliff tail. All of the weed man them. Most times a Rastafari. You know see it? Yes, I got a boom jar herbs from west. Crocus bag of weed, and the high grade says, them cigar liquor like a butt cigarette. No go back to me chalice. Alright, look at now, nothing nice like a split tail. Early in the morning, give me split tail. Yes, nothing nice like a split tail. Early in the morning, hey. Kick over the ashtray, search the window pane. Dig down every cupboard for the crumbs and me save. Tear down the kitchen and you should have seen me face. I forget a draw before the sun rays. Some split here together. As early as we wake neighbor long up them nose. Aroma was great. Just cross the fence with him. Rasta man just cross the fence. Cause in my kitchen coconut well down to custard. I got sense of meaning. Emancipation Park, Holy Emmanuel I. Jump, nothing nice like a split tail. Early in the morning, give me split tail. Yes, nothing nice like a split tail. Alright, give me that mix there. This Rasta smoke and that can't get enough of the weed. Me open plus, my chalice make out of coconut. The Westmoreland, the load that's up. See the Rasta lever, funny through the Californian. Play me low. In my kitchen, coconut boiled down to custard. I got sense of me in your free breakfast. Me load a can of box in my neighbor. Oh yes, nothing nice like a split tail. Split tail. Nothing nice like a split tail. Play me low, never. After the pandemic, 2 years of lockdown, us Jamaican, you nice and beautiful people, could even make a move. It's a joy tonight for us to gather here on all the Rastafari vibes. And I say big up Bob Marley and the children and the wives. Enough respect every time. Yes. Extra. Selassie I. Enough respect, yeah. I gonna sing my Bob Marley. The crazy ballads. Hey, 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 hey. Hey, this is Luton, fire upon your back of failures. You know the West here. Hey, we gonna chase those crazy ballers out of town. Chase those crazy ballers out of town, yes. It's I and I who build the cabin. It's I and I who plant the corn. Hey, didn't my people before, yeah. Slave for this country. Now you look me with a scorn. Then you eat up all my corn. Yes, we gonna chase them crazy. Chase them crazy ballers out of town. Yes, crazy ballers out of town. Hey, hey. Skitty boop, skitty boop, bop, boop, bop, oh, oh, yeah. Lord of mercy. Skitty boop, skitty bop, skitty boop. Aye, aye, aye. We build your penitentiary. We build your schools. Hey, brainwash education, making us your fool. Telling us half your God above. Hey, hey, hey. Chase those crazy bumpers. Chase those crazy boys out of town. Emancipation Park. Hey, you know the Bob Marley's young. All the children dance like this. Chase them crazy while till out at home. Lord. Here comes the con man, coming with your con plan. We won't take no bribe. No time you can't stand. Hey, we gon' chase them crazy. Chase them crazy. Out of time. Out of time, yeah. Chase them crazy. Chase them crazy. What it's rightfully mine, so me not stay mute. Your system is designed to distract me from the truth, but it will come to pass. No none to the youth. In the process of time, we will know the truth. You give us white God to praise in slavery. The doctrine fall around in the black community. Emancipation Park, you'll still see His Majesty. Most I you know see it? Yes, I got no white God. No treat me anything wrong. Could the white God save me from white man oppression? I got no white God. It's just a black messiah. Oh, he pick up my brethren sister. No love and respect Emancipation Park.
Chase them crazy ballets out of town. What we gonna do? We're gonna. Are you singing? Out of town. I'm a song. Say I and I plant the garden, and I and I. I'm a singer. Didn't my children before us slave for this country? You singing? But I think what I sing. I think I'm just doing the chorus. Chase them crazy ballers. Give it up for Luton Fire.
Let me tell you something. Have you heard your favorite Bob Marley selection as yet? No? Which is your favorite Bob Marley selection that you have not heard yet? What I like, is that Glenn Washington? What's up, Glenn? Good to see you, bro. Thought you were in Florida by now. All right, big up Glenn Washington. Big man who sings the song, Don't Take My Kindness for Weakness. Awesome track from his catalog. All right, so which favorite Bob Marley selection have you not yet heard tonight? Which one? Boy, there's so many. This morning on my program, I decided to do a half-an-hour special on Bob Marley, and I decided to take a few requests from listeners. It is the most difficult task I've undertaken in a long time because there's so many great songs from this gentleman that we're celebrating tonight. Easily, would you say he's the most famous Jamaican? Yes, and he has done such wonderful works. I just got a message that there are some artists who are here from overseas. Some of them were at the Bob Marley Museum earlier this morning performing, and we'd like to recognize the presence of, out of France, a stalwart reggae artist, David Carroll is here. Give David a nice round of applause. We have artists, reggae artists here from Spain, from Russia, from Poland, from England. I want you to give all of these artists who are embracing reggae music in their country a big round of applause right now here in Emancipation Park. And we're going to segue to a great Jamaican female whose sojourn in this music business spans well over 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, over 60 years in the music industry. If I should remind you of songs she did from the Studio One catalog, then that would include songs like Feel Like Jumping, Truly, and songs like Melody Life and some of those other big monster hits. During the Penthouse years, songs like Land of Love and a big remake of Fire Burning were chart toppers. Ladies and gentlemen, after all this time, she is still going strong. By the order of distinction, it's my duty and my pleasure to introduce to you tonight on the Bob Marley Day and Night celebration, the Queen of Reggae. Make some noise for Lady Marcia Griffiths!
There's a land that I have heard about so far across the sea. Can I hear you? There's a hallelujah to have you on. Dreamland would be like a heaven to me. To have you on my dreamland would be like heaven to me. We'd live together on that dreamland. So much fun. We live together on that dreamland, and we'll have so much fun. We'll get our breakfast from the trees. We'll get our honey
special request for each and every one of you out there. This one is from our hearts to your heart.
Am I really here in your arms? Just like I dreamed it would be. I feel like I'm frozen in time. You're the only one I could see. And hey, I put all my life for you. Now you're here. And hey, I've spent all my life with you. Come in, Tom. Somehow I see you, yeah. That's for a little love from above. Ooh, say that an angel out to me. Hey, I've looked all my life for you, and now you're here. Now you're here. Hey, I've spent all my life with you. All my life. All my life. I never thought I could be in love so tenderly, and I never thought I could let it show. Now my heart is on my sleeve. This love will never leave. I know. I know. I've looked all my life for you, and now you're here. Now you're here. Hey, I've spent all my life with you. All my life. All my life. All my life. Hey, I've looked all my life for you, and now you're here. And hey, I've spent all my life with you. All my life. All my life. All my life. Thank you so much. Yeah. Getting some help from my son, Taff. Yeah. Thank you, Taff. Now, very quickly, I need to share with you that it was such a privilege, an honor, and a pleasure to share some wonderful, beautiful, I can't find the adjective to describe them right now. The moments I've shared musically with this man. Jamaica, help me bring the spirit of Brother Bob Marley right here in Emancipation Park and lift your voices and make a joyful noise unto the Most High God. Run it. Don't forget, the message is in the music. This man took the music to the four corners of the earth, spreading the gospel of reggae music. Yes. Man to man is
know your secret, so only He can reveal it. And a Huda, can't hear you. A war and a Huda, let them wear it. I say me throw me come, in no carnival, no carnival. I me say good, cooper, clap, 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 clap. Some will hate you, pretend they love you now, and behind they try to eliminate you. But who just bless? Thank God we're past the worst. Lift your voices, Jamaica. And if your night should turn to day now, a lot of people would run away. But I would let them wear it. Would let them wear it. I say me throw me come, in a carnival, no carnival. I be say, clap, clap, clap. I may say good. Jamaica right now, you know what? I'd like to bring on stage a beautiful sister, inside and out. Yes, my sister, Queen Africa, come in, Queen. Hey. Yes, a sister with truth, reality, strong sister who is not afraid to speak out, just like Brother Bob Marley. Who could be better to represent Bob Marley Day than Queen Africa? Take it away, my sister.
Oh, I thank you so much, my love. Ooh, the cap fit. Let them wear it. Ooh, the cap fit. Let them wear it. I tell you this, I tell you, ooh, the cap. Let them wear it. Ooh, the cap. Let them wear it. Tropical. Yeah, you know, big up Honorable Babsy. I don't know the thing go. One rock, one Jamaica, one Bob Marley. Hear that? To the whole wide world. So because I love the Queen so much, and she's my icon. I love the ground where she walk on. So I say I could worship her, I worship her. Hear that? She is the reason why I do clean, conscious music. These artists, so I say. So this one is dedicated to all lioness in the house and know so y'all rise in the footsteps of these. Are you ready? Are you ready? Whoa! Are you ready? Are you ready? Whoa, well. When the rollers call up, pull up that. Hey! Yes, my love His Majesty in Emperor Haile Selassie. Are you ready? Are you ready? I love you, Auntie Marcia, yes. Are you ready? Are you ready? Whoa, well, Lord. Are you ready? Are you ready? Yeah. Are you ready? Are you ready? Yes. When the rollers call up, I'll be standing taller to face the darkest and the hardest of days. We'll be taking care of all the children thereof. If it's required, we lay up on the front line. Sing! Call me. I am ready to roll Once the rules remain the same, how the story's been told. Call me anytime, never cop out. A lioness is on the rise, don't you ever have doubt. Never say never, willingness forever to fight and be strong. Once it's for better, I write every letter and moving right along. So tell them, so we are roll with the punches, accept changes, work with the formula, we do what we got to. So you can just go. I love you so much. Thank you, Auntie Marcia. Yeah, 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 yeah. Whoa.
Automatic when you're loving me like this, and I'm so glad we've got it. Automatic. May the spirit of Brother Bob Marley live, long live his music, his message forever, to teach, to uplift mankind, and to unite the world. Long live the spirit. Blessings to all the children, yes. More to come. Love you. Woo.
Emancipation Park, give it up for the Queen of Reggae, Marcia Griffith. Let's hear it for Marcia Griffith one more time. Yeah. Now that it's quiet, give her a nice big round of applause, please. Yeah, she was a member of the I3s herself. Rita and Judy, they toured the world with Bob and have maintained such high standards through the years. It is also interesting to note that Queen Ifrica, who came up on stage, her father, who is the king of ska, Derek Morgan, he actually auditioned people like Bob Marley and Jimmy Cliff and some other greats so that he could actually get their careers started. So we say big ups to Derek Morgan. Give him a round of applause and give it up also for his daughter, Queen Ifrica, who surprised us on stage on the invitation of Marcia Griffiths. A lot of people are saying big ups to Kabaka Pyramid, who won the Grammy. But if you ask some of you same persons who are shouting, yes, Kabaka did it. If I should ask you, what is the title of Kabaka's album? What did you say? Who's out there shouting Gifted? No, that is Coffee's album. It's actually and don't say Calling. He spelled it Kalling, which is the... Give him a big round of applause right now for Kabaka P. Yeah, now adding Grammy awardee to his titles. Don't forget that a lot of Marley music will be played tonight because Julian Marley is still to perform. But it is a well-documented fact that the king of reggae is who? I didn't hear you. Bob Marley. But tonight, we have a man who likes to remind you where he's from. He has a song called "I Sent Mirror Me Come From." He is a prophet, but more than that, he is a king. He is a man who is going to electrify this stage tonight as we celebrate Bob Marley. Get your whistles, get your vuvuzelas, get your flags, get your lighters, because this prophet is also called the Fireman. Are you ready? Emancipation Park, the conscious Rasta, Farian Idrin, out of St. Mary, now comes to devastate the stage. Give it up for Caputo!
Take it down, please and thanks. All the people
who say good over evil, hands in here. Push them up, see them. All who love Bob Marley, push them up again. All who love Jamaica, push them up again. Boy, everybody has sing the song. Hey, tell them something, stop killing out room on them. Stop killing out the bring them. I want to do this time in the future. Jaja City, Jaja Town. And it's in a cowboy town. When I look and know, Jaja City, Jaja Town. That's turn it to a dead man town. When I look and know, Mr. John Kirchhoff, Cough and John Brown. We no want no more dead in a town. Mr. Happy, go so lucky, Chigapi, we no want no more. Go so. When Mr. Show girl work, we no want no more here. Take it up. When I say more, you say fire. More. No, hold on, man. Me not hear that. When I say more, you say fire. More. When I say Jah, you say Rastafari. Jah. Take it up. Well, Marcus Garvey say, 10 miles out of the city, it a go get too shitty. One Miss Ajana, me go one Miss Mitty. One all the shutter, one all the itty. No pass with them kill man, without pity. Frank Catina, you go church. Say what they gonna do, don't find them not true. Everybody sing my song. Sing, who do your thing? Equal rights and justice for all, rise and never fall. Ooh. Say what they gonna do, not for them not true. Say what they gonna do, when I see the hot word. Who do you think you are? We're living in a small world. As wicked as you think you are, we're living in a small world. Small world. Bad as you think you are, we're living in a small world. Small world. Don't fight your king. All out and sell out. When I see the hot in the air, there must be a shot out there will come. Send it again one more time. Take it up. Take it up. Take it up. All the people who believe in themselves, could I set lighters in the air, please? If you don't have a lighter, put a cellular phone in the air. If you don't have a cellular phone, put your hand in the air. Put a flag in the air. Put a kerchief in the air. Turn the man, a Bob Marley celebration. Turn it up, turn it up. Whoa, looking at Emancipation Park. It's pretty. Turn it up. And that day I would love to see their face. For all those who've led to the human race. And trying to take things out of place. Run away to space. Through them in a haze. Wow. If you want a judgment, you want to go get a taste. When them find out that them can't escape. Sadness, they send and the people them. Emancipation Park. That day will come. When I just run down, I will be king. If it for the is on that Jamaica. Yo! Sit down. I said the wicked man will not go far. Will not be stand tall. Pull up. Say it again. I burn our spies and our traitors, and our sorcerers, and our confederates. Sing, 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 sing. I say the wicked man will have to fall, and all the righteous man will have to stand tall. And the wrong man name them go call, and all them back against the wall them fall. Say the wicked man will have to fall, and all the righteous man will have to stand tall. And the wrong man name them go call. Watch out, watch out, watch out, watch out. The wicked man shall fall, but the righteous man stand. Yes, we have to chant for repatriation. Black government, black redemption. Emperor Selassie is the almighty one. Emancipation Park a full time we take us on. Oh, we make we burn Babylon. I say again, said the wicked men will have to fall. So, we'll have to stand tall. Take it up. The party of the show name, Mad People Time. Look, the party of the show name, if your heart isn't clean, don't ever put your hands in the air. If you don't say good over evil, don't put your hands in the air. If you don't respect your mother and your father, don't put your hands in the air. And if you don't respect yourself as a true human being of value that instills the morals and the principle and dash with abnormality, then you can't leave Emancipation Park. Would I say two hands in the air, please? Mr. Video Man, push the video over there, sir. More see everybody on go, so go, so go. Look in the park. Oh, pass. Anybody can jump. Anybody can jump. They are looking at park. Give me a hand. Emancipation Park sing? Somebody want to hear the park sing? Okay, ready? Don't change. What did you say in the song? Lord, listen. Listen, it was simple and all easy. I said, shh. Well, if you continue to do it, then me say we are going to slow it. Me tell you, no fi try, no fi chew it, no fi screw it out. What? Yeah. Watch this now, no? We're going to sing a couple lines out of the gang, because you know, of the gang celebration. We got all of the Marlies in the building. Now the thing go down. King of Fire. Represent good over evil. Everybody! Yeah, 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 yeah. Line up yourself and don't be no drag. Lively up yourself. Reggae is another day, another band. Lively up yourself. Yes, I say so. I say so. Lively up yourself. I say no. You rock so, you rock so. You dip so, you dip so. Dip through my door. You come so, you come so. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Your time so, you scam so. Your time, Emancipation Park. Sing the party. Lively up yourself. No, sir. Lively up yourself. When you know that Bob Marley, I joke.
Lively up yourself.
And don't be no dread.
Lively up yourself.
Reggae is another band. Yeah.
You rock so, you rock so. You dip so, you dip so. Dip through my door. You come so, you come so. Oh yeah, yeah. You scam so, you scam so. Be alive today. So lively up yourself.
And don't say no. Don't say no.
Lively up yourself.
Cause I say so. But Marley say so.
Lively up yourself. And don't be no
Even Marley say so. Jonah Kang say so. Roger say so. Y'all be down. Me over say. Watch out. Shh. Yeah. Shh. Everybody know the king govern the kingdom. Righteousness are where the king bring come. From St. Mary straight to Kingston. Anything we test them I go get fling down. Make them know say discipline is wisdom. If they know we're good for them, let them go sit down. Cause we have something here where we make them lay down. Think when me a bust him out big like a jump. Me no want bust it cause Jamaica we done. Me no want put nobody under the ground. We love we little island under the sun. With them sugar cane, banana and rum. Give Shango spring water, but give Fambo the rum. Give juice the mic and give Bongo the drum. Big up Westmoreland with the eye grading on the ground. Make my whole my meditation and place me chill out. 7 mile of white sand where the tourists run. Ask Steve a signal where Chuck Norris come. Talk about Jamaica, it no Boris fun. Righteousness, that one your name. Alright! See me, you no see me. If you talk, you will come. Last boy we talk, no ask me where full income. I see they know no more man him can't bully down. Disassemble, unassemble, who pull it down? June love for talk, that's why I'm losing tongue. I see they know him get confusing dumb. Big up St. Mary where the most fire burn. St. Mary may come from, me no afraid of none. Even if them come with them laser gun. Turn it up, and them can't turn it down. When them a try my show can't done. I bring the joy and I bring the fun. Tell black people about them black curriculum. They'll feel King Selassie man the first can done. Money well with the salvation jump. Marcus Garvey get the vision, Bingy beat the jump. Boom! Ethiopia 2000 just come. September 11 and not take it for fun. What's a whole heap of glory 13 months of sun. So you know I said this is the new millennium. Babylon 2000 years later, out of time them a run. Wrong here them give it 12 something need to be done. No make them destroy your daughters, now mislead your sons. The youth them need them culture in a them cranium. Well the warrior of an era. Me tell them it fi done. Them a fight over island over plutonium. Fight over heroin and opium. She said them a fight over uranium. Age protected likewise the daughters and the son. And the toxic waste them want to pollute the ground. I see age get page, none know which part fi done. SARS, AIDS, still I get burned. Tell them fi show more money and stop the show gun. Them kill Martin Luther King with a long gun. Them no one kill Obama, like how them kill Malcolm. So them kill the Kennedy and it was a random. If I hear them, take it down. Say more fire. Say more fire. All right, watch out. When I say more, you say fire. More fire. More fire. All right, it was a pleasure being here tonight. And I love you all. Love all you beautiful people. Just know that good will always prevail. After the back, the sweet of the victory. No weapon that form against our children shall prosper. Always remember, turmoil and obstacles and stumbling block is just a part of the struggle. You have to go through it. These are they who pass through great tribulation, but still never stoop in Babylon and accept the stripping of the royalty and say, yes, it is all good. So we try to do our surveys. You know what I mean? Try to find the truth. Truth live within you. Always remember, if you want to find God, you have to find God within you. What is really God? God is love, which is the truth. And what you know now? If you want to find peace, where you find peace? Peace in your soul. Where if you want to find heaven, where you find heaven? Heaven there in you. What is really heaven? Heaven is love. Heaven is joy. Heaven is peace. Heaven is happiness. Heaven is unity. What is really hell? Because hell live within our soul. Hell is sorrow. Hell is dismay. Hell is destruction. Hell is abnormality. Hell is immorality. Name it and it goes, you know what I say? So when you go to your bed at night time, you get a good night's sleep. And you have peace with the soul. Let me see on here. We don't have nothing to worry about because we have life that is the ultimate. You hear me? I tell you. And we don't go to the church and I don't sell out to our heritage and our culture. When I left few lines with you before I leave. You know what I mean? Hope to see you in the near future. When you listen to this, keenly. Yeah. Hey, let me tell you something before I do that song. Every singer I tell me to sing. Dennis Brown, Barry Salmon, Leroy Smart, Junior Reid, Panelist, name it, it goes on and on. The ones that pass out, their soul rest in peace. And the ones that are still current here today, give thanks. Anyway, how that? Hold on. Copeland, you know? Big up yourself. Anyway. All right, listen. Shh. Shh. As long as I live, I'll give and forgive and do good I can. Whoa, whoa, as I stride with my steps, I will never forget to do good I can. Whoa, whoa, some of us say, oh, tried in this road so long, always singing my songs, burning Babylon down. Whoa, whoa, they just can't stop me now, 'cause I keep rolling on. I'm a winner from the day that I was born. On as I rise and lift my head above the waters, rise and bless the sons and the daughters, rise and bless the mothers and the fathers, rise above the borders and the barrier. Well, Shanga said, share some love for humanity. Don't carry grudge to vanity and never lose your sanity. End up in a calamity. So me say again, right now we need a change of policy. We're tired of the war because too much atrocities, too much verbal controversy, too much animosity. One feel eradicate the crime, you have to burn the poverty. As long as I live, I give, love you, give and do good I can. Whoa. We're confident and know we have to stand the test of time and never let the pagans them get the best of mine. Make them know them have the least, them have the less of mine. Them could have never caused the stress of mine. Oh, me tell the gates I use them full time, them take a stand. And here King Selassie, I the conquering lion. Well, good over evil, me say right over wrong. Right and now we burn corruption. And say again, as long as I live, love ya. Holy Emmanuel and Selassie, ja. Rastafari.
When I say, woo, yeah, woo. Monitors, thank you very much. Let's hear it for King Shango, Capleton, ladies and gentlemen. The fireman was here. Give it up for the fireman, Capleton. Yes. You tired yet? Are you tired at Emancipation Park? Are you ready to go home? All right. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been a beautiful night. There's more entertainment to come. But at this point in the show, while we're getting a band change going on, thank you very much to the Black Soil Band who did an awesome job tonight. Give them a round of applause. We would like to at this time invite our Minister of Culture, Gender, Entertainment and Sport, Babsy Grange. That should be Olivia Babsy Grange, to join us on stage and to bring you greetings tonight at this auspicious occasion. I ask Emancipation Park to give our minister a big, huge round of applause as she speaks. Good night, Minister, and welcome.
Hello. Thank you. Good night. Greetings. Can't hear you. But listen now, I am just filling in space while I do the band tune. Because we have Julia Marley coming up. But you know my space is my space, right? But you've all been so beautiful. Isn't this a great night? There's a natural mystic. And what has made it so beautiful is that as Jamaicans, we're here. But we have with us also visitors from across the world. And that it shows how much our music has penetrated all corners of the world. And we have given the world a musical icon in Bob Marley as we celebrate his Earth Strong tonight. I want to especially welcome my sister, the Minister of Culture and Tourism from the continent of Africa, from Sierra Leone. I'm going to ask her to come and join me here with someone, please, a sister, to join me. And tonight, as I looked at all the performers, and they all did at least one track that was recorded, written, and performed by Bob Marley. And I said to myself, what a catalog of wonderful music. It would be interesting to see what is the most favorite Bob Marley song. What you say? One Love? What about Three Little Birds? What about Chase Those Crazy Boys Out of Town? That's my favorite. So, I want to invite my sister to say a few words. I want you to give her a big, warm Jamaican welcome. No, that's not how we welcome people. Especially our sister from the continent. Let me hear you give her a big shout out.
Hello. One love, right? Let's all be together, right? And share one love. I come from Sierra Leone as Minister of Tourism and Culture under the aegis of our Honorary Consul, and she is Dr. Rosalind Hamilton. Yes, she is going to serve as the consul for Sierra Leone in Jamaica, but to serve the rest of the Caribbean. And I also have my ambassador here, Ambassador White. Can you just wave? He is a Sierra Leone ambassador to Jamaica. And we have a team with us. They are all here. Of course, this coincidence, of course, it's really, really touching that we are here at a time when we are celebrating the life and legacy of Bob Nestor Marley. We are here to open our consulate, but then at the same time, to strengthen the relationship with my sister. You see, the significance of this event is global. What people know, the world know, is Bob Marley and Jamaica. You can say it is either you say Bob Nestor Marley or you say Jamaica. That's what the world knows. And everybody appreciates this man. You know, this man came into the world at a time when we were all trying to get our acts together. And his message about emancipation, mental slavery,
his message about black consciousness came many years ago as a prelude to the way in which we have to be united. So I want to say that we are here to say as Sierra Leoneans, let's stay united. We're going to connect with culture. Of course, we have so many things in common. We have got strong historical linkage, and we want to build on that. In Sierra Leone, we have done a lot with African Americans, getting their DNA and coming home and doing all of this. So we are here to make sure that we build that bond of friendship. But I'm really, really excited to see Jamaicans today. I'm really happy, and on behalf of Sierra Leone, we want to congratulate the minister for making this possible. Because I know the United Nations have already declared reggae, of course. So I was just saying to her, what we need to do as African cultural ministers is to make sure this day is celebrated all over Africa, so that we are able to remind it, because already the United Nations has given us the space. So thank you all. I enjoy the artists. I'm really thrilled by the generation gap, and of course the reminiscences of the past. You saw me dancing and so excited. So it's a great evening, and you look forward to hearing from us when we shall open our consulate. Have a good evening, and congratulations to all the artists.
My ministry that's better. Very good. This is the first time that the Ministry of Culture, Gender, Entertainment and Sport, with me as the minister, is hosting a birthday celebration for Bob Marley. It's always organized by the Marley family, the Tough Gum family, the Bob Marley Museum. And when I was able to get Bob Marley Day proclaimed by the Governor General and Reggae Month proclaimed by the Governor General, it was left to the family to ensure that the celebration was what they wanted. But this year, they agreed that we could host the celebration. They're still having their activities, which are primarily virtual. But I felt it was important for us to have this live and wonderful experience tonight. I hope you all are enjoying yourself. I want to especially big up all the players of instrument, the songwriters, the performers and the artists in the house. They are here in their numbers. I can't start naming them. But I thank you all for being. I wish you all could have been on stage tonight. Wow, boy, it would have been great, don't it? But it's not possible. We'd have to maybe do 2, 3, 4 days of celebration. But just to say, I feel the love. And I hope that moving on, tonight will be an inspiration to the young artists out there, because the message is in the music. And those young artists out there, you're standing on the shoulders of great people like Bob Marley, Jimmy Cliff, Tootsie Bird, and I could go on and on and on. They have paved the way. And I'm asking that tonight, when you write songs that will uplift. And you play music that will continue from generation to generation. Jalo, God bless you all. As Marcus Garvey said, one heart, one name, one destiny. Jalo.
Thank you, Honorable Minister Olivia Babsy-Grange. Give the minister a round of applause, please. And also for the Minister of Tourism from Sierra Leone. Well said, Minister. Thank you very much for those wonderful words, all right? Ladies and gentlemen, we're going through a quick band change. Getting ready for some Marley magic on this stage. All right. Big respects to Devon Element backstage. Niall Banks is here. I want to say a special commendation to Lenford Lenny Salmon and people like Lovey and Sabrina who have been working really hard to make this event possible. Give them a nice big round of applause, please. Thank you, thank you. And once again, I'd like to quickly thank all of the sponsors. Of course, this is all courtesy, as Minister mentioned, of the Ministry of Culture, Gender, Entertainment and Sport, with the kind support of sponsors such as Chase Fund and the Universal Service Fund. We also thank the Tourism Enhancement Fund, JARIA, JCDC, CPTC, Jamaica Observer, IRE FM, RJR Gleaner Communications Group, CVM, and PBC Jamaica. One more time, Emancipation Park, give our sponsors a nice big round of applause. All right? Right in the monitors up front, Mr. Engineer. Thank you very, very much. When I interviewed him recently on radio, he actually got up out of his bed to get into the studios on a morning radio show. Got there as early as about 7:30. We spoke about many things, including the legacy laid down by his late father, who we celebrate today. We spoke about his double Grammy nominations. We spoke about his latest recording, a song entitled Roll. Tonight, ladies and gentlemen, as we celebrate his father, we know that the Marley magic is still alive. It's my duty to present from the Marley family, the one and only Juju Julian Marley!
Lord, it's a long, 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 long time. We don't have no thank you, thank you. Yeah, 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 that. Yes, good evening, Rastafari, you know, and this is Bob Marley, Earth Strong, and we're celebrating with Bob Marley music, reggae music, conscious music, Jamaica music. See, our feel this evening, Isis. They got so much things to say right now. So much things to say. They got so much things to say right now. So much things to say. Hey, I'll never forget no way. They crucified Jesus Christ. I'll never forget no way. They sold Marcus Garvey for rice. Yeah. I'll never forget no way. They turned their backs on Popo Good. So don't you forget no way who you are and where you stand in the struggle. They got so much things to say right now. So much things to say. They got us everything. They've got so much to say. So much things to say. Hey, I and I come to fight flesh and blood, but spiritual wickedness in high and low places. So while you fight tight down, stand firm and give Jah thanks and praises. I and I no expect to be justified by the laws of men. Hey, you think you found me guilty, but truth shall prove my innocence. I say, when the rain falls, the throne. Tell you what, when the rain falls, the throne falls. I say, so very much, so very much. I think you're talking all about it. God, so much things to rumors and rumors. So much, yeah. I'm not going to fight flesh and blood, but spiritual wickedness in high and low places. So while you fight tight down, stand firm and give Jah thanks and praises. I and I no expect to be justified by them laws of Hey, you think you found me guilty, but truth shall prove my innocence. They got so much things to elaborate all the time. So much things to say right now. So much things to say.
And so it's like Natty Dread from 1st Street to 7th Street. See? Children, get your culture. Don't stay there and test that. Oh no, no. For the battle will be hotter. Yeah. You won't get no supper. Oh no, no. Natty dread now. Dreadlock Congo upon the locking a Babylon. Roots, natty. Then I walk up to 1st Street. Then I walk up to 2nd Street to see. And then I walk up to 3rd Street, yeah. Got some dread on 4th Street. Dreadlock in a 5th Street, yeah. Then I skip one phase to 6th Street. I've got to reach 7th Street, yeah. Natty dreadlock, bingy bongo eye. Natty dread now. Roots, natty roots. Roots, yeah. Natty 21,000 miles away from home. Yeah. Oh, Natty. And that's a long way for Natty to be from home. Don't care what the world says. Like a bright and sunny day. We're gonna have things I and I waiting. If I egg natty in natty red. If I egg natty in natty red, yeah. If I egg natty in natty red. If I egg natty in natty red. Systems are made to rule. Systems are made to divide and abuse you. Systems are made to rule. Systems are made to divide and systems are made to rule. Systems are made to divide and abuse you. Systems are made to rule. Systems are made. system, I would say, you can't earn no living and unemployment everywhere. Yeah, skyscrapers keep rising. What's the use? You wait no more. Oh no, no, no. Rastafari's my law. God himself here. We would say systems are made to rule. Systems are made to divide and abuse. Yeah. Systems are made to rule. Systems are made. You know what? Touch it back. Wheel up and come, y'all. Lord, working for them system, working for them system, working for them system. Hey, 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 hey. A boom jar of herb divine in bedside. Side. Open book of scriptures, I man won't deny. Keep it high, y'all. The grass is greener on the other side. Yeah. A good meditation, I man can't hide. When me have to catch up on the fire, pick up a little bit was strong. Me send a fi arista, pick up a little bit was strong. When me have to send a fi a quarter, a big marijuana. Me have to send a fi a lighter. Burn down Babylon. Hey, green grade, purple grade, brown grade for me. High grade, upper grade, medicate for me. Give me meditation, give me vibes in a hurry. A boom jar of herb keeps me current. Way back in the days of old, before Babylon entered where plants were grown, a little jar of herb was on Solomon's throne. You can't tell I and I left it alone. It's like 1, 2, 3. I long to burn a boom jar of sense and meaning out in the open. I long to burn a good jar of the stress reliever, natural healer. Some men looking for a belly full. Boom. Got kids to feed. Make up some marijuana to fulfill the need. When them more than lock we up now, or throw away the key. When them used to pull us over, now them have to set we free and what? Let me go, let me go, let me go, let me go, yeah, yeah, yeah. Let me go, Lord. Let me go, let me go. Oh yeah, 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 yeah. Well, them have to let me go, let me go, let me go, let me go. Oh, oh. Used to sing, legalize it. Now the herbs realize it. Go the land and just spliff and light it. Or pass the chillum to your sidekick. People get to play like them and like it. How long could they continue fighting? Roadblock used to be a big crisis. Now we're beside Babylon and them have to let me go. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Let me go, let me go. Let me go now. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Let me go, let me go. Let me go right now. Yeah, 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 yeah. Hey, look how long may the burner go draw of sense and meaning out in the open. I long to burn a good draw, stress reliever. Big up the farmer, big up the hustlers and the and everyone will love marijuana, bound to reach Nirvana. Hey, now the place get calmer. When it used to hot like a sauna. Ever since we could do what we wanna, let there be no, 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 yeah. Let me go, let me go, let me go. Let me go right now, right now. Yeah, 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 yeah. Let me go, let me go. Say them up, let me go, let me go. decide his own destiny. And in this judgment there is no partiality. So arm in arms with arms, we'll fight this little struggle. Cause that's the only way we can overcome a little trouble. And brother, you're right, you're right, you're right, you're right, you're so right. We're gonna fight, we're gonna fight, we'll have to fight, fighting for right. Now teach us shit in a Zimbabwe, go there to the go there in a Zimbabwe. I liberate Zimbabwe, African liberate. No more internal power struggles. We come together to overcome every little trouble, yeah. So soon we'll find out who is the real revolutionaries. And I don't want my people to be tricked by mercenaries. Brother, you're right, you're right, you're right, you're right, you're right, so right. We're gonna fight, we'll have to fight, we're gonna fight. Fight for all right. Like you set it in a yard, Zimbabwe. Set it up in a yard, Zimbabwe. I liberate yard. Now teach us shit in a hey. Why you're right, you're right, you're right, you're right, you're right, you're right. Yeah, we're gonna fight, we're gonna fight, we'll have to fight for our right. To divide and rule could only tear us apart. In everyone's chest, tell you, there beats a heart, yeah. Soon we'll find out who is the real revolutionaries. I don't want my people to be contrary. And brother, you're right, you're right, you're right, you're right, you're so right. We're gonna fight, we'll have to fight, we're gonna fight for our, now teach us shit in us. Zimbabwe, set it up in a Zimbabwe. Zimbabwe, set it up in a yard. Zimbabwe, Zimbabwe, set it up in a Zimbabwe, set it up in a Zimbabwe. I liberate God. Zimbabwe. Exodus, movement of the people, yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh yeah. Exodus. All right. Movement of the people, yeah. Before you touch her, let me tell you this. Many people will fight you down. Tell you what, when you see a child like you, let me tell you, if you're the wrong, everything is alright. Well, we're gonna walk through these roads of creation with the generation, shut through great tribulation in this exodus. Movement of the people, yeah, yeah, oh yeah. Exodus, ooh yeah. Movement of the people, yeah, yeah, oh yeah. Open your eyes and look within, yeah. satisfied with the life you live in here. We know where we're going, tell you what. We know where we're from. We're here in Babylon, yeah. Going to a foreigner's land. This exodus, alright, yeah. Movement of the people, yeah. Alright. Exodus, good God Almighty. Movement of the movement, yeah. Yeah. The movement of the people. Movement of the people, yeah, yeah. The movement of the people. Oh, now, the movement of the people. Every good day, move. Move, move. Come on now, move. Everybody come through. Jah comes to break oppression and rule equality, yeah. Wipe away transgression. Set the captives free. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Set the captives free. Set the captives free. Yeah, yeah. Set the captives free. Come on now. Set. Don't forget what you said. Every day. Set. Freedom, 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 freedom. Oh, spiritual, physical, mental. There's a spiritual, there's a physical, there's a mental freedom, freedom, freedom. Oh, freedom, freedom, freedom. Hey, we'd like to say thank you once again, you know, Bob Marley birthday. Thank you all for celebrating. What a man, what a legend, what a teacher, what a spiritual leader, what a revelation, reveals the truth, revelation. Hey, thank you once again, Rastafari. Freedom, 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 freedom. Oh.
Did you get enough of the Marley Magic? Emancipation Park, what you say? Somebody say, Jah! Rastafari. Give it up for Julian. Chuchu Marley. Give it up for Julian Marley one more time. Can I tell you a surprise thing that I found out a while ago? Backstage was Damien, Junior Gong, Marley. Did you get enough of the Marley Magic or do you want some more? If you send a message straight backstage, maybe Julian will oblige. And who knows, if you make enough noise, then just maybe Junior Gong might just oblige. But they're saying they're not hearing enough noise from the audience. Somebody say Marley! Say Marley! Say Marley! Say Bob Marley!
said, Junior Gong was right there in the corner standing on the stage. Give him a big round of applause as well for his wonderful production that helped Kabaka Pyramid to get the Grammy Award as he collected it on Sunday night in Los Angeles, California. All right, it has been a great night. You have been the greatest audience. You have been the livest audience anywhere on the planet on the 6th of February, 2023. And for that, I think you should give yourselves a round of applause. Emancipation Park. I don't think you heard me. I said, trying to give you a compliment, I think you were the livest audience anywhere on planet Earth on February 6, 2023. And for that, I think you should give yourselves a round of applause. All right. I'm trying to do something here, but you're not cooperating with me because we're not hearing the noise. We're not hearing enough noise. So I don't know if I should even bother to ask Jojo Marley to return to the stage. In fact, I don't even know if I should ask him to take his brother, Damien Jr. Gong Marley, with him to the stage. Are you tired? If you're not tired, make some noise. Somebody say, I love reggae. And let me tell you one more thing. I don't know if I should say it. Condolences to the Marley family on the passing of one of the brothers recently. In fact, the son of Stephen. Just to tell you that Stephen Marley is also backstage. Give it up for Stephen Marley! Send him some love! Emancipation Park, it looks like something is about to happen that we did not have on our itinerary tonight. Before they return, let's just say big respects to all the members of Parliament, all the councillors, all the parliamentarians, all the diplomats that have been here with us tonight. Thank you all very, very much. Ladies and gentlemen, it's pure, sheer Marley magic on this stage as we celebrate the king, the legend, the icon. More Marley energy is about to erupt inside the center stage. Emancipation Park, are you ready? Emancipation Park, are you ready? I said, are you ready? Somebody say Marley! And here they come once again as we celebrate the works, the life, the contribution of this by the order of merit, and hopefully one day to become national hero Bob Marley. Here are the Marley Boys. Make some noise.
One love, one heart. Let's get together and feel alright. Hear the children crying. One love. Hear the children crying. Singing, give thanks and praise to the Lord, and I will feel alright. Hey, let's get together and feel alright. Hey, let them men pass all their dirty romance. There is one question I really love to ask. Is there a place for the hopeless sinners who have hurt all mankind, just to save his own belief it? One, what about your one heart? What about let's get together and feel alright? What you said? One love, one heart. Give thanks and praise to the Lord, and I will feel alright. Hey, let's get together and feel alright. One more thing. Let's get together to fight this holy Armageddon. So when the man comes, there will be no doom. Have pity on those whose chances go thin. There ain't no hiding place from the Father of creation. dear, torturing man. There is one question I really love to ask. Is there a place for the hopeless sinners who have hurt all mankind just to save his own? Hey, one. And I hear you sing. Take it on. One. Give thanks and praise, and I will feel alright. Let's get together. Hey, we give thanks and praise to the Lord, and I will feel alright. Let's get together and feel alright. We'll give thanks and praise, give thanks and praise, give thanks and praise every day. We'll give thanks and praise, oh baby, and we'll feel alright. Hey, we give thanks and praise to the Lord, and we will feel. Rastafari. Thanks for the brothers and sisters. Hey, from jungle to Remo, from Tivoli to Manchester. Gorilla warfare. So you can look for your plan and have some ambition and make sure love in the house, love.
Somebody. Let's hear it for the Marty Boys. Let's hear it for Stephen Marty. Let's hear it for Junior Con Marty. Let's hear it for Julian Chuchu Marty. And the backing band as well. Give them a round of applause. Emancipation Park. You did a good job in terms of helping me to bring them back on the stage. Give yourselves a round of applause. Did you have a good night tonight? Did you have a good night? All the visitors to our shores, let me hear you make some noise. All the Jamaicans in the house, let me hear you. Continue to support good music. And you know, one of the things that you must take away is the fact, Bob Marley must be just so very proud. All of his children and their descendants have been doing reggae music of the highest quality. And for that, we are very, very proud. Give the Marleys a round of applause, everybody. Come on, put your hands together for them. The magic was here. Thank you to the Ministry of Culture, Gender, Entertainment and Sport and all of their partners for putting on for the first time the Bob Marley Day celebration. Give them a round of applause. A quick announcement, the Department of Sociology, Psychology and Social Work at the UWI Mona campus in association with the Institute of Caribbean Studies Mona campus of the National Council on Reparation. They are presenting a screening of the quintessential documentary on the reparations movement in Jamaica for the transatlantic slave trade. The Price of Memory, an award-winning documentary directed
What's that was for the friends that take off with the load. One time did sit down in a class and report, then only said the road and me go on with the road.
Jamaica, the land of Bob Marley, Marcus Mosiah Garvey, Usain Bolt, and of course, Reggae Month. the only month-long reggae music festival on planet Earth, where something reggae happens every day in the month of February, ranging from mega reggae concerts, reggae award ceremonies, and educational symposia on reggae.
Yeah, blessings fall from right on.
February is Reggae Month. Reggae Month is February, when Jamaica invites the world to come to Mecca, Reggae Mecca, and come catch the rhythm like no place else on earth, only in Jamaica.
And that's how I made give him the glory. I'm with the lies and Jano say my passion ignites it. Party music get me excited. Coming like a boss.
Reggae is global. Reggae is everywhere.
Yeah, reggae my life, you know, because I want to reggae ministry, I'm not walk out saying that or something.
We have something which the world crave even right now. Reggae is internationally known.